Ahora le pude decir, yo puse que todo lo correcto. Sa.
Good morning. Please, let's take our seats.
C'est pas ma catégorie. Moi, j'ai pas besoin de pour la police. Non, mais non. Il se dit que les gens qui sont plutôt. Je veux pas dire mince. Mais qu'ils aiment les poils lourds. Ah non, carrément. Donc il y a l'exception qui est
guest of honor here, and our family request that upon his arrival, we start to welcome him in, and then from there we'll take the next actions. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, may I ask us to rise to our feet and welcome our distinguished guest in the next audience. Can we let us rise up to our feet? Can we rise feet standing? Honor our guest of honor. Thank you. Good morning, bonjour à tous, salam alaikum, shikamoo. My name is Dr. Mary Karuki. I work with the IBA, and today I will be your host. Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development for Kenya, Honorable Senator Tai Kagwe, Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock Development, Honorable Jonathan Mweke, Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards, Mrs. Mary Mugani Muyuki, Director, AU IRA, ISDRC Chairman, Professor Joseph Dumo, Chairman Kentech, Dr. Geoffrey Mutai, the CEO of Kentech, and Chairman of the National Organizing Committee, Dr. Seth Onyango, representatives of research organizations, international, continental, regional, and national, eminent scientists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I want to take this honor to welcome you to this auspicious occasion of the 37th Conference of the International Scientific Council for Trypanosimiasis Research and Control, properly known as the ISCTRC. We are here also to celebrate a major milestone of 73 years of the UAE ISCTRC, and we are only 2 years shy to celebrate a diamond jubilee. This is indeed a great achievement. The ISCTRC has become a springboard for driving novel technologies, discoveries that have continued to inform strategic interventions and policies. Our conference theme, Hanessing One Health, Technologies and Innovations towards eliminating trypanosimiasis in Africa, speaks volumes and really only calls us together and makes a clarion call to push and grow together in one direction and a common goal of controlling, eliminating, and possibly eradicating trypanosimiasis. Therefore, today we must stand on the words of wisdom of Dr. Hanessing, the former president of the FDB, who said, "Let us all create together a stronger partnership, a partnership of greater scale, a partnership to take technologies and innovations to Africa for Africans." May the spirit of Ubuntu stand strong throughout this conference. And in the Kenyan style, we say "Kazi kwetu," directly translated, "Joy is ours." So let's take this with great challenge. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the chairman of Kentech and the CEO, the chairman of the National Organizing Committee and the CEO of Kentech, Dr. Seth Onyango, to give us some welcome remarks. Welcome. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mary. To the Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Senator Mutai Kagwe, PS State Department for Livestock Production, Honorable Jonathan Mweke, the Director, AIBA, Dr. William Saleh, all other international organizations here present, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity as the National Organizing Committee Chairman to welcome you all to feel free, to feel at home while you are attending this scientific conference, which is bringing together more than 150 delegates from all over the world so that they can have a conversation about a problem that bedevils all of us sub-Saharan African countries. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is only to welcome you, and I wish to take this opportunity once again as National Chairman of the Organizing Committee for this conference to recognize the team that have been working with. We have been working with a secretariat which is combined, Kentech Secretariat and AU-IVA Secretariat. May I take the opportunity to welcome Kentech Secretariat, just to rise for you to appreciate wherever they are, because Kentech Secretariat just come up so that you can be seen, because you will be around to be assisting the delegates wherever they are. The members of Kentech Secretariat are brought together from the headquarters and also from our 5 regional offices. Some of them are outside there from Waziri, offering various services. So you may sit down. May I also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the National Organizing Committee, our PS, Honorable Jonathan Mweke. This is the team that you put in place to organize this auspicious occasion. So may I request that all members of the National Organizing Committee rise up for the delegates to recognize you. They are comprising representatives from different government institutions, agencies, and ministry departments. You may sit down. Thank you very much. I also wish to recognize the presence of my colleague CEOs who are here present. May you rise up. I have already seen CEO Kenya Veterinary Board, Dr. Mary Teresa Butu. I have already seen CEO for the Kenya Veterinary Kenya Veterinary Vaccines Production is taking your seat. With that, Senator CS, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome the chairman of Kentech, Dr. Geoffrey Mutai, so that he can be able to give his remarks. Welcome, Chairman.
Cabinet Secretary, Director, AU-IVA, governors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all. Kenya is privileged once again to host the special forum. I'm pleased to point out that this biannual scientific conference has a history dating back to 1949, and 4 of the meetings have been hosted by the past. The last one, I think we held in 2023 in Mombasa. The 37th conference is now the 5th one taking place here. I wish to pass my appreciation to the AU Commission for Rural Economy, AU-IVA, the ISCTRC Secretariat, and the AU member states who have given us the privilege of hosting this important conference here. Scientists from all over Africa have gathered here this week to discuss scientific issues related to a very serious problem in Africa. This is a platform where experts gather to discuss advances made in the field of trypanosimiasis in the Americas. Hanessing and trypanosimiasis mainly affecting 3 critical sectors, namely public health, agriculture, and tourism. Professor, to the Pan-African Cell and Trypanosimiasis Eradication Campaign. The Council was called to safeguard the AIDS raised by the market and to take lead in advising the government on policy for the control and eradication of cell and trypanosimiasis eradication. A mandate the Council's diligently done and cell and trypanosimiasis eradication is a biological process influenced by mental factors. Continuous, basic, strategic, and adaptive research is therefore necessary to assess and trypanosimiasis control. We know that last year the market are weak in Asia, but they are not fully utilized. Common thinking and joint planning like what we are engaging towards this week will lead to common joint African action and create a sustainable solution to the system and trypanosimiasis control and eradication. The role of scientists here is therefore to lead the way and define solutions for such problems. I believe this conference will provide a suitable platform to achieve this goal. With the understanding that this exceptional work in research and innovations require resources, we believe that the development partners will always have it handy to reach the resource gaps. I would like to organize all the development partners, just to mention a few, we are going to be the National Agency, and the federal government, and others. Finally, I want to thank the government of Kenya, the AU IBA, who gave us the resources and facilitation to host this conference. I thank you and wish you all a fruitful deliberations this week of women's and youth engagement. Allow me, sir, to just ask please us. So, those are the presentations. Thank you very much. So, just in case, our team is on standby to make sure your stay is comfortable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chef Cancer, for your remarks and all the solutions on trypanosimiasis. Professor Joseph to give us his own remarks. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
I wish to recognize the many actors and initiatives towards improving Africa's development by getting rid of the major obstacles that are posed by SSA and trypanosimiasis, which have led to significant gains in that endeavor. Major strides have been made in management of both the human and animal diseases, with the most remarkable gains made for human African trypanosimiasis, or HAT. The disease has been eliminated as a public health problem in several countries, while many others are on the path to the same. However, there is still a lot that needs to be done because what we are doing now is eliminating the disease as a public health problem. We still have to eliminate the disease as in zero transmission, and therefore a lot of work still needs to be done. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the efforts made by Kenya towards eliminating heart as a public health problem, as was validated by the WHO in June of this year. And Rosie, I keep saying that we are not making enough noise as Kenya. Eliminating a disease is not a walk in the park. This is the second disease that Kenya has eliminated as a public health problem in so many years. So we need to make a lot of noise about that. Thanks to the partnerships and collaborations forged through the One Health approach, I congratulate Kenya's State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards and the State Department for Livestock Development, which worked hand in hand with partners towards achievement of this milestone. Several African Union member states have eliminated sleeping sickness as a public health problem, and we take note that several others have embraced the progressive control pathway to similarly address African animal trypanosimiasis. In this conference, we shall be hearing from the countries about the progress that has been made to this end. As chair of the ISTRC, I take this opportunity to appreciate the role of AU-IBA in its continued efforts in leading African nations for coordinated actions in addressing animal health in the continent, and in particular, for those of us working in the field of SESE and trypanosimiasis, for hosting the ISTRC Secretariat, which facilitates coordinated efforts against the African trypanosimiasis all over Africa. I take pride in pointing out the significant contribution of the ISTRC in providing a forum on which several players in the battle against SESE and trypanosimiasis meet, they exchange knowledge, and they share information on SESE and trypanosimiasis research and control, and provide African Union member state partners with recommendations for SESE and trypanosimiasis research and control. ISTRC has been and is still a key catalyst to SESE and trypanosimiasis research on the continent and globally. The gains made towards achieving the targets set in African Health of State Declaration that was made in London in 2000 to rid Africa of the SESE and trypanosimiasis problem are huge, and we urge member states to establish and support institutional structures for consolidating and sustaining the Pan-African SESE and trypanosimiasis eradication initiative as a good practice that can be adapted by member states. I thank you all, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you so much, Professor Antonin. My attention has been called to you using your tag. Look at the back of your tag, you have a QR code. That's where you have your program. This is Kenya. We are honoring the Nobel Laureate, and you have the program with you. Thank you so much, Prof, for highlighting that. I think consider it's important to give another clap for the government of Kenya. You've done awesome. You have really shown us that you can be a center of excellence. To eradicate a disease is not easy. Prof, maybe we need to make more noise so that other countries can emulate what Kenya has done. Yes. so much. Okay. So we now take the opportunity to welcome my Director AUIBA, Dr. William Sali, to give her keynote address. Director, welcome. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Chairman of Kentech, Dr. Jeffrey Motai, Chairman and participants, opportunity to sincerely thank the people and the government of the Republic of Kenya for hosting Indian communities of their livelihoods, denying employment of countless youth across Africa, and contribute to malnutrition and stunting among African children due to poor livestock health and reduced productivity. While we acknowledge the significant strides made in reducing sleeping sickness cases in recent years, we must not be complacent. We need to unlock the power of collaboration and innovation guided by our One Health approach, recognizing the deep interconnection between livestock production, ecosystems integrity, climate change, public health, and resistant challenge of trypanosimiasis. Trypanosimiasis remains a formidable obstacle to sustainable agriculture, rural development, and public health in numerous African Union member states. 38 out of 55 countries in Africa are affected by Hanessing and trypanosimiasis, while 50 million cattle are at risk, resulting in an annual death toll of 3 million cattle. The direct losses from reduced meat and milk production, treatment costs, and vector control is estimated at 1.2 billion annually. The economic impact of trypanosimiasis on agricultural production is estimated at staggering $5 billion annually across Dead Sea-infested regions. Trypanosimiasis also contributes to decreased productivity and fertility, which undermines food security and rural livelihoods. The human population exposed to the risk of trypanosimiasis was estimated at 6 million people in 2024. Human African trypanosimiasis cases in 2024 were reported as 583, which is a drastic reduction of cases experienced earlier of 28,000 cases in 1999. And this is something that we need to celebrate, but also to think about how to match it in animal African trypanosimiasis. The reduction reflects decades of coordinated surveillance, treatment innovation, and vector control efforts across the endemic region. And at this juncture, let me highlight some of the resistant challenges associated with the trypanosimiasis control and elimination in the African continent. We continue to experience fragmented institutional coordination in some member states, a situation where TNT activities and programs operate in silos, leading to duplication, inefficiencies, and missed opportunities for integrated control. Trypanosoma crucians circulate between wildlife, livestock, and humans, making animal reservoirs critical to human African trypanosimiasis. There is also growing evidence that animals can also act as reservoirs of Trypanosoma crucians, indicating that control strategies must therefore include animal surveillance and management, not just human case detection. We are also operating in environments of inadequate and unsustainable funding, with control programs relying heavily on donor support, which is often short-term and project-based. We need EU member states to step in for eliminating this disease. We also experience limited domestic investments in surveillance, vector control, and research, hampering the long-term progress. Often there is inadequate community involvement and engagement with control strategies, and frequently overlooking the lived experience and knowledge of livestock keepers and rural communities. Climate change and land use shifts are also altering testing distribution and complicating the control efforts. Lastly, the parasite resistance to the drug and insecticide resistance intensity are emerging threats. Reinfection from wildlife reservoirs or untreated livestock undermining the progress. The shared trypanosides in human and animal African trypanosimiasis pose risk for interspecies cross resistance, and this calls for harmonized guidelines to safeguard both veterinary and human therapies. Ladies and gentlemen, being aware of these impacts of trypanosimiasis in our continent, IFCTRC is convening this year, guided by our theme, Harnessing One Health, Technologies and Innovation towards eliminating trypanosimiasis in Africa. This theme informs us that human health, animal health, and ecosystem health are affected by trypanosimiasis as a disease that affecting systems, not just animals and humans, and its resolution called for the One Health approach. Mentioning all these challenges, the good thing we still have opportunities for improvement and progress. Investing in integrated surveillance system, combining human, animal, and vector data to detect outbreaks early by using geospatial tools and mobile diagnostic to monitor tsetse fly distribution and parasite prevalence in both livestock and humans. We need to foster cross-sector collaboration and coordination between medical, veterinary, and environmental agencies, and aligning national, regional, and continental strategies. And here I'm so pleased to share with you that AU-IBAR has developed through the African experts with support of different partners the strategy, the continental strategy for controlling and eliminating animal trypanosimiasis. And it will be submitted for the African Union governing bodies this year for endorsement. Involving local communities in vector control and health education. This is paramount important in order to improve uptake of interventions like traps, insecticides, treated targets, and screening. Setting monitoring mechanisms for drug use in both humans and animals and assess the scale of chemo resistance. Develop clear guidelines for trypanosides, stewardship under the One Health principles, while advocate and innovate for new and safe trypanosides and drugs. Embracing technologies with artificial intelligence and integrated One Health data platforms that are accessible and adaptable to local contexts in support for vector mapping, predictive modeling, and decision support systems, and genomic surveillance for parasitic detection and resistance monitoring. I'm pleased to inform that also through AU-IBAR, working jointly with African CDC and other organizations in the continent, we are rolling out the African Union Digital One Health platform, where member states, regional economic communities can share their data for further analysis, modeling, and also feedback to the member states. Our call to action in this conference, we call for integrated solutions, policies, strategies, and actions. I invite the youth, scientists, the organizations, the media, the civil society, to take their places on the table as key cogs of One Health for sustainable TNT control and elimination in Africa. I also encourage having public-private partnerships to resolve the persistent challenges, in particular development and deployment of the needed trypanosides for rural communities. We need to increase investments from governments, donors, and private sector based on innovative and sustainable models in much needed to drive the actions. I also call upon the governments of our EU member states to embed trypanosimiasis control in national development plans, food security strategies, and climate resilience framework. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to graciously again thank the government of the Republic of Kenya through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, led by our Cabinet Secretary, Senator Otai Kagwe, and the Principal Secretary, Mr. Honorable Jonathan Weki, for your leadership and support in making this conference possible. I thank you for your attention and I wish you productive deliberation in this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for really pushing us to move towards an aspect of One Health in the best way possible. And we hope the next time we will be here, we will hear about the elimination of animal trypanosimiasis. So Waziri, and yes, turning over to you. You're setting the pace. We hope this will be made possible. Distinguished delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to have a small break in terms of entertainment. Okay, I've been well guided. All right. Before the cherry on top of the cake, let me welcome our prophet, Mombasa, to say something to us in a language that he speaks that is easier for us to understand. He breaks it down in an awesome way, really science in a way that really speaks to us in a creative and innovative way, as we've been told. Mufasa, the floor is yours. So please, welcome.
Doctors in the house, am I right? Okay. Now watch me cook, watch me. about diseases. The mosquitoes and ticks, vectors, as living organisms that transmit infectious pathogens from one host to another. Now what you do, my memory is like no other. I learned that diseases caused by vectors are called vector-borne diseases. I'm talking malaria, yellow fever, swine fever, sleeping sickness. Doctors in the house, am I right? I hope someone's recording this because we need to send this to my mother so she can boast to her friends what son she has to cook science like a chef while serving pants intense, intended. In fact, believe me, can you talk to me, please?
It's for sure.
Yes, sir.
The sun will rise down in Africa. Yes, it's for sure. The sun will set down in Africa. Yes, it's for sure. The daughters of the land is proud in Africa. And it's for sure.
Yes, sir.
The sons of the land are bold in Africa. The women will shout, ooh, the children will sing, yeah, the women will shout, ooh, the children will sing,
Now, when I was a kid, sleeping sickness was a disease you did not want to hear. Caused by a fly you did not want to see. The English dictionary pronounced it as sepsi. The African in me is too sassy, so I'm going to say tsetse fly. That's exactly what it is, a tsetse fly. Now, the tsetse fly disease had different names: Malala, Malale, Nagana. Call it by any name, but for decades, it was deadly. A fatal risk to communities, wildlife and livestock activities, a threat that severely affected the ecology and socioeconomics of Africa, death of people in thousands, death of livestock in millions, until we could no longer stand the consequences of doing nothing. So hands, minds gathered. Hands reached out and called on science. And then we did it. Oral therapy, rapid diagnostics, better control, especially in areas most at risk. Today, we stand tall over a disease that once crippled us. I say today, we stand tall over a disease that once crippled us. Today, because of hands and the minds that came together, sleeping sickness is no longer a public health problem in Kenya. Now, this is the part where you clap again and we have no problem. As we gather today to fully control and eliminate trypanosimiasis. See why we send this to my mother? I want to leave you with the words of Kwame Nkrumah. If people come together, they can mend even a crack in the sky. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much. Indeed, together we can make a crack in the sky. I don't know how we'll do that, but we can do that. Well done. And I think the doctors in the house, was he right? What do you think? Yes? Awesome. Let's give them a round of applause. Well deserved, well deserved. So very quickly, I want to invite our dancers to show us some of the moves that Kenya has. So welcome, the floor is yours. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. All right, thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. We've seen you have what it takes to shake the shoulders. Awesome. Awesome. That is a dance from Western region for Kenya, and they are known for shaking the shoulders. You so intense. I'm surprised you can do it very well. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give them for all the right words. Thank you. Thank you.
So at this juncture, I'd like to welcome the Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock Development, Honorable Jonathan Moite.
Those efforts have been recognized by the World Health Organization and WHO that has since validated Kenya to have eliminated sleeping sickness as a public health problem. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference, scientists and experts will be presenting scientific papers and posters with suggestions of the techniques to be used towards achieving eradication of seseflies and eliminating human sleeping sickness and Nagana in cattle. It is my belief that the conference will come up with recommendations for attaining the aspiration of the African heads of state and government to eradicate seseflies and reduce the burden of sleeping sickness and Nagana from the continent of Africa. In conclusion, may I take this opportunity to urge you, honorable delegates, to find time out of your busy schedule of this scientific conference to experience the beauty and glamour of our capital city, Nairobi. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Honorable Senator Mutahi Kagwe, to give his remarks and officially open the 37th Council for Trypanosimiasis Research and Control Conference. Thank you.
Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Wakenya mko? Wengine wako? Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ride on established protocols and to welcome all of you to this conference, and particularly to take this opportunity to welcome those who are not from Kenya to our country. There are some who might be visiting Kenya for the first time, and there are others who probably have been here a number of times. But as we do in church, if you are here visiting Kenya or if you, first of all, if you are not a Kenyan, if you are visiting Kenya, please raise up your hand. If you are a guest in Kenya, Karibuni, thank you very much, and give them a round of applause. If you are sitting next to them, please give them a handshake. If you are sitting next to a person who is not a Kenyan, give them a handshake. That's how we do it in Kenya. I'm afraid anybody there who is not from Kenya? No, you're not Kenyans. Oh, then you please receive mine over here. So it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you to Kenya for the 37th International Scientific Council for Trypanosimiasis Research and Control Conference. I know, as I said, that some of you have traveled from far, and I trust that you will find time to visit our country. And I know Jonathan already asked you to visit Nairobi. I want to invite you to visit further out. Nairobi is just another city. But it is the only city with a game park where you can, in the backdrop of the skyscrapers, take a photograph of a rhino. So I want to, even Kenyans should do it, not just the visitors. But as you know, Kenya is among the 38 African countries affected by sesefly, with approximately 23% of our land mass being infested. This has significant implications for our livestock and agricultural productivity, particularly in the rangelands where over 70% of our livestock population is rare.
The estimated annual loss due to SESE and trypanosimiasis in Kenya is around $143 million per year. Ladies and gentlemen, the impact of this disease is felt right across the sub-Saharan African countries, and it is therefore crucial that we work together to combat it as the challenge transcends boundaries, sectors, and disciplines. Kenya has been actively engaged in efforts to eradicate SESE flies and trypanosimiasis through the Pan-African SESE and trypanosimiasis eradication campaign, a continental initiative coordinated by the African Union. We have made notable progress, and areas previously plagued by high SESE and trypanosimiasis challenges can now support profitable agriculture. And I want to congratulate the scientists and people within the livestock sector who have been involved in this activity, and congratulate you for your success. On the 16th of June 2025, we have already recorded here, a significant milestone was achieved by Kenya when, as has been previously pronounced here, the World Health Organization validated Kenya as having eliminated sleeping sickness. Now, this is not something small, and it affects families. And I can tell from personal experience in this, because I recall years ago when I was growing up in the village, seeing a woman who used to walk near our house. As she was weaving her basket, she used to be asleep. And she would walk the street asleep weaving her basket. And I'm told it was sleeping sickness. I don't know how scientific it was at the time, but I'm told that is what it was. I don't know whether the doctors in the room agree. I hear doctors in the room. But I don't see that anymore. And therefore, we are very happy to be declared to have eliminated the human African trypanosimiasis and hongera wa Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, and I quote, Hanessing One Health Technologies and Innovations Towards Eliminating Trypanosimiasis in Africa, end of quote, align with the multi-sectoral agenda being implemented by Kenya government in dealing with complex health and economic issues that require collaboration for impactful results. Indeed, we need to do business differently to accelerate control of TNT, and we must harness, for example, the power of data-driven technologies to inform our control efforts. By freeing our raintracks from SESE menace, as a country, we will contribute significantly to the Kenya government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda of increased livestock productivity in the priority value chains of dairy, beef, and leather, hence improving livelihoods. It is in line with the Global Sustainable Development Goals and the African Agenda 2063 on sustainable development, poverty eradication, and improved living standards that we all cherish as partners. We take note that the 30th IASCN TCR conference took place in Mombasa, Kenya in September 2023, and the 32nd one is currently taking place once again here in Nairobi. It is a great honor to Kenya for the African Union and member states to consider our country to host this conference twice successfully. And again, I thank you and congratulate you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the overall objective of this conference is to promote information sharing on SESE, human and animal trypanosimiasis program, review control strategies, and recommend appropriate approaches for sepsis and trypanosimiasis research and control. I wish to urge you, as experts and scientists, to work together to find solutions to the challenges Africa has faced for over a century. With over 300 delegates from around the world participating in this conference, both here and also online, I'm confident that your discussions will yield valuable recommendations for sustainable elimination of tsetse flies and trypanosimiasis from Africa. And at this juncture, I would like to urge you to dream. Ladies and gentlemen, technology has moved on. We are in a new phase of life where everything changes very dramatically. Things cannot be done the way they were done yesterday. Those of us who are not scientists are allowed to think loudly and foolishly about scientific things. For example, as I was asking my colleagues earlier on, if you have got an item that you can put on the wall, just stick on the wall, and it will repel mosquitoes, why can't we have an ointment that you put on a horn of a cow and then repel tsetse flies? I'm not a scientist, so I'm allowed to think foolishly. But often those foolish thoughts can come up with something very substantial. If we can put a gadget in an animal that can track it, around wherever it goes, why is it not possible for us to put a gadget in it that can repel tsetse flies? Is spraying the future? Is this what we are going to do in the future? Is it possible to put something in a cow that creates waves that repel the tsetse fly and other flies as well, not just the tsetse fly? So, all I'm saying is there is AI. There is artificial intelligence that is with us today. And therefore, it appears to me that the way we did it yesterday, the spraying, the carrying, the watch, may not quite be what is going to happen in the future. And like we have dreamed of other things that we don't see, I think we should dream of something we cannot see, and something that probably doesn't exist today as a solution to some of the problems that we have. Therefore, I want to take this opportunity to challenge you to think outside the box. After all, isn't this what scientists do? They create things that don't exist. I want to challenge you to look at not just the tsetse fly, but to look more widely to the challenges we have in the livestock sector and indeed in the human space. These challenges require solutions that probably have to be created anew in the space of new technologies and taking advantage of the successes in other areas and taking advantage of the ecosystem that currently exists with new things being created in the world of new technology. So I want to take this opportunity to recognize all the delegates from the AU member states, representatives of international organizations, including Food and Agricultural Organization, the FAO, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the World Health Organization, the World Organization for Animal Health, and all our delegates from outside Africa. Much appreciation also to AU IBA for the partnership with the government of Kenya in organizing this conference. And you did not say that you are also looking for partners to help you to put up the building that has been granted to you in the land that has given to you by the Kenya government. So if there is any philanthropist here, any friends of Bill Gates who might be here, who might be generous enough to help AU IBA put up their building, and where you scientists can also be based and have a nice working environment and perhaps become more creative. So I want to put up that pitch for you, that they are looking for partners to help them put up that building, where the Kenya government has given land in Kabete for your headquarters and conference facilities and so on. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, with those remarks, it is now my pleasure to declare the 37th International Scientific Council for Trypanosimiasis Research and Control Conference officially open. Asanteni sana.
So thank you so much for yes, she was you. I say you right now, yes. Thank you so much, sir, for this. And I think we've really taken up the challenge of being like salmons. Really, I think that's what we've been given back. Swimming upstream. We need to swim upstream, get out of the box, and think differently. That is the only way we shall really make something that is sustainable. As we say, necessity is the mother of innovation. Absolutely. You need to feel that urge to innovate. You need to feel that urge. Thank you, sir, for your wise words. And as we always say, we are going to work together. AUIBA always says that aluta continua. That is what we always say every time we finish. Aluta continua. The Africans in the room, what does this mean? I didn't hear anything. So there are no Africans in the room. Aluta continua means the struggle continues. This is the first time I've heard somebody say it to the end. Well done, sir. Victory is certain. So we push ourselves to the very end and be successful as scientists. We are counting on you, the scientists in the room. Thank you so much, sir. I want to take this last opportunity to do our group photo. We are so many, so you'll allow me to have a few of us here, given the size of the podium. I'd like to call to the podium the Hanessing board. Members, please join me here in the podium. ISCTRC. We need to get a new name for this one, Dr. Seth. Prof. Ndumo, please welcome to. The representatives of WHO, WAR, FAO, ICIPE, Atomic Energy, join me here. Can we have the podium pushed forward? Yes. As we set ourselves. CBO Kebevapi, I think I had it mentioned. Director Patek, sir, please join me. Are there? Can we have help me with this? Please welcome Dr. Pamela Olet, Dr. Grace Murila. Yes, Pamela Olet, please welcome. Dr. Grace Murila, are you here? Let's try and arrange ourselves as best as we can before we ask our distinguished guests to join us here. Just give me 1 minute to have them here. Director, DBS, DLP. Okay, I think we are all here. Kindly welcome the high table to join us for our photo. May I kindly have the podium put down, kindly.
It will come. Next year, next time. Caroline is ça, c'est vrai.
See up to 11:45 and be back. Thank you so much for your kind patience. Maybe can we break for tea unless we are on some fasting purposes. Let us break for tea, get our glucose up and come back. It should be outside. We welcome you for tea, kindly colleagues. Back at 11:45. sensitive to the good religions that's not right. Sensitive to
Big dreams start small. From getting your domain to creating your website, email, and online site.
2. hope that we shall push the lunch break a bit to accommodate the presentations by the international organizations. My role in this session is very brief. It is to introduce the moderator of the session, Dr. William Sally, and the rapporteur, Dr. Juliano Cheki, who are going to take us through the session. Dr. Sally.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Good afternoon to all. We will be starting our session for international organizations. The first presentation will be from FAO PAC project, and our rapporteur, Juliano, will be the presenter for the first presentation.
Thank you, Director, and good morning. So I will wait for the organizer to project the slides, and then maybe I call slide and you move, because I don't have the tools to move slides. So my name is Juliano Cecchi. For 20 years I worked for FAO in the program against African trypanosimosis, which is both an FAO program and also a collaboration between FAO, the WHO, IAEA, and African Union IVAC, and we all sit in the secretariat. Slide. Okay, so regarding resource mobilization, we have some funding from FAO, not very much, some funding from WHO, very much appreciated, and we, last 2 years, we had a technical cooperation project in Senegal, an FAO technical cooperation project. Recently, we launched a new project called DIMCAT, funded by the Gates Foundation, and there will be a separate presentation about that, so I will not dwell on this project. You find more information on this new project in this recent publication, and there are a few copies outside for you to pick up in the booth if you are interested. As FAO, we are promoting the progressive control pathway for animal trypanosomosis. This is our overarching strategic approach. So the PCP is described in this paper, 2017. And more recently, within the Combat project, we had 2 big regional workshops. The second one, organized very effectively by IVAC here in Kenya, in Mombasa, where we convened African countries to mainstream the progressive control pathway for animal trypanosomosis at the regional and national level. So this is the workshop we had in Rome last year to formulate the guidelines of the PCP. And this is the workshop organized by African Union in Mombasa last year to mainstream the PCP at the regional level. We drafted the guidelines of the progressive control pathway, and we plan to publish them next year in 2026. And we have also drafted the thematic specific guidelines for the chemotherapy of animal trypanosomosis, and in line with the PCP. So along the different stages of the PCP, we will try to clarify what is the role of the drugs, of the trypanosides, in the progressive control of animal trypanosomosis. We are trying to mainstream the PCP in national strategies and policies. So 12 countries in Africa within the Combat project are developing PCP smart national strategies against animal trypanosomosis, and also the director of IVAC announced that IVAC is developing a continental strategy, and we are doing our best to help IVAC also to utilize this PCP approach in the continental strategy. Another big area of work for FAO is the atlases. These are databases of animal trypanosomosis and sepsis flies, continental level and national level. We have published last year the Continental Atlas of sepsis flies, covering 30 years, and next year we will publish a Continental Atlas of animal trypanosomosis. This is the Atlas of sepsis flies. You find printed copies of this in the booth outside for you to pick up. One each. I'm not sure we have one copy for all participants, but probably not all participants are interested. So we think there are enough copies for the interested ones to get one. This is the sepsis flies distribution in Africa from this publication. And very importantly, we are doing a lot of work in disseminating these results, both the maps and the data, because a key step we took in this atlas is to publish the atlas, but also to make the underlying data freely available for download. So there are links under the maps. You click on the link and you download the Excel file with all the data that we put together to develop the atlas. These are the links for all the sepsis species, and these are the slides. You see the website of FAO, but also we created Wikipedia pages for all the sepsis species in both English and French, and we disseminated the atlas results in these Wikipedia pages. And we have a web GIS app in FAO for all agricultural data, and we also uploaded the sepsis data in this interactive map. Now, just a little slowly for this slide, because this slide is, I think, quite important for us, is the countries that are developing national atlases. So all these countries in Africa are developing national database of tsetse flies and animal trypanosomosis. We have your support. So a lot of progress over the last 10 years, they are summarized there, and if countries that are not yet engaged are interested, we could have a little chat during this week to try and discuss how things could get started in the countries that have not yet started on this process. We do training courses on especially data management and the progressive control pathway. 5 minutes, I will do it in 3. Collaboration with WHO is another very important area for our program. We developed together with the WHO the Atlas of Latent Sickness in Africa, all the data from Ministries of Health, go to Geneva, and then from Geneva to Rome for management, and then back to Geneva. So we have mapped all the cases of latent sickness for over 25 years, and we also do the maps of risk in sickness, and we also map the health facilities doing the treatment and the diagnosis of latent sickness. So this is the collaboration with WHO, the collaboration with IAEA. We have recently strengthened the collaboration with IAEA because IAEA got on board with the Atlas Initiative. They organized with us 2 regional training courses, one French-speaking, one English-speaking, for countries to develop or enhance the atlases. And this is my last slide. We are now discussing with IBAR, and we hope also with the World Organization for Animal Health to publish a policy brief. And the goal of this policy brief is to accelerate access to a new veterinary trypanoside for Africa. So I hope we will have a chance to discuss the also in this event I got. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Juliano. Thank you for giving your time. Our next presenter will be the representative of the World Health Organization, WHO. And I forget to mention that all the presenters will be having 8 minutes to give their presentations. So, the representative of the WHO, you have the floor. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais parler français. Moi, c'est le Dr Augustin Kadima déjà. Je suis responsable de la maladie du sommeil du secteur au niveau régional à Afro-Congo-Brazzaville. Au nom de l'équipe de l'OMS Genève, représentée ici par Gérardo, l'OMS pays représenté par Joyce, et moi-même, je vais devoir présenter un mot, sachant que nos réalisations et la situation détaillée sera présentée dans les sessions qui suivent. Chers partenaires, chers invités et chercheurs, comme je le disais, au nom de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, tous ces trois qu'il faut représenter ici, je suis très honoré de prendre la parole à cette opportunité dans cette conférence de scientifique de recherche et de contrôle de la témoignage ici à Nairobi. L'OMS est un acteur clé dans l'objectif principal de cette conférence qui est de promouvoir le partage d'informations sur les multiples et la témoignage animale et humaine, examiner les stratégies de contrôle et recommander des approches appropriées dans le domaine de la recherche et du contrôle des multiples et la témoignage. Nous saluons la présence et l'engagement de tous les délégués gouvernementaux, les chercheurs et les partenaires qui sont ici représentés. Dans le cadre de cette conférence, c'est le sous-thème de la témoignage humaine africaine qui relève de notre responsabilité à l'OMS, et ce sous-thème trouve sa place dans ce forum sous l'approche d'une seule santé. À ce jour, grâce à la recherche et au partage d'informations, les travaux réalisés ont permis d'obtenir des résultats tangibles. Et cela a entraîné qu'on a changé de paradigme. Au lieu de parler de programme de lutte, nous parlons maintenant de programme d'élimination de la maladie du sommeil. La feuille de route 2021-2030 de l'OMS sur les maladies tropicales négligées a fixé des objectifs pour la tripanosimiasis humaine à Gambiense qui vise maintenant l'arrêt de la transmission, alors que pour la tripanosimiasis rhodesiense, c'est l'élimination en tant que problème de santé publique. Nous sommes très fiers de confirmer que le Kenya, pays hôte de ce forum, est le deuxième pays après le Rwanda à avoir validé l'élimination de la maladie de sommeil à Rhodesiense comme problème de santé publique. Mais cela, c'est à côté des 8 autres pays à trypanosimiasis gambiense, je cite, le Togo, le Bénin, la Côte d'Ivoire, la Guinée, le Tchad, la Guinée équatoriale, le Ghana et l'Ouganda, qui ont déjà atteint l'élimination quelques années plus tôt. Nous félicitons donc le gouvernement kenyan et ses partenaires pour avoir atteint ce jalon clé de la feuille de route des maladies tropicales négligées en juin 2025. Et comme le président l'a dit, faisons encore du bruit parce que c'est vraiment quelque chose qu'il faut prendre avec sa vraie valeur. C'est un résultat d'un travail de plusieurs partenaires et nous avons été vraiment impliqués et nous sommes fiers de ce qui s'est passé. Compte tenu de l'objectif mondial de la feuille de route que je viens de dire, il se fait que maintenant, la recherche sur les outils appropriés permettant de vérifier avec précision l'absence de la maladie est désormais plus que nécessaire, jamais. De plus, nous devons tirer les leçons de l'histoire des années de 1960, lorsque la pandémie de la maladie du sommeil semblait être maîtrisée. Mais il fut suivi d'un moment de relâchement, d'abandon des activités qui a fait que la situation a été, il y a eu une reprise de l'épidémie qui a fait qu'on est rentré plusieurs années plus tard. La situation dans les années 2000 était devenue comparable à celle des années 1930. Et ça, c'est une leçon à tirer qui fait que maintenant, nous appelons donc les gouvernements, les partenaires et toutes les parties prenantes à ne pas relâcher les efforts vers l'élimination de la maladie du sommeil, mais de maintenir le financement pour la mise en œuvre de stratégies adaptées et à poursuivre la recherche afin d'éliminer durablement cette maladie chez l'homme. Durant ces 5 jours, nous sommes tous invités à tirer parti des échanges et des interactions autour du programme riche et varié qui nous est proposé. Enfin, nous remercions les autorités kenyanes qui ont accepté d'accueillir cette importante réunion scientifique, ainsi que l'UIA-IBA et le NTEC pour leur contribution à l'organisation de cette conférence. L'OMS est pleinement engagée à jouer son rôle et à fournir le leadership technique nécessaire à l'élimination de la maladie du sommeil. À titre de rappel, sachez que nos principales responsabilités sont la coordination et le leadership. À ce propos, nous agissons comme une agence spécialisée des Nations Unies en charge de la génération des normes et de la coordination pour les questions de santé publique liées à la trypanosimiasis africaine. Nous élaborons des stratégies mondiales pour l'élimination de la maladie du sommeil en collaboration bien sûr avec les gouvernements, les ONG partenaires privés. En rapport avec le dépistage et le traitement, l'OMS a publié des lignes directrices pour le diagnostic et le traitement de la maladie du sommeil, aussi bien pour la forme gambiensée ainsi que pour la forme rhodesiensée. L'OMS assure l'efficacité et la tolérabilité des médicaments utilisés dans la maladie du sommeil. En plus, on assure l'accès gratuit des médicaments qui nous sont fournis par des firmes pharmaceutiques qui sont des partenaires, et nous travaillons dans la planification de la production et la gestion des stocks ainsi que la distribution vers les pays. En rapport avec la lutte antivectorielle, qui est un sujet qui va être abordé ici abondamment et qui a son importance, l'OMS encourage les programmes de lutte contre la mouchetsé, qui est le vecteur de la maladie, et leur combinaison efficace avec les campagnes de dépistage et de traitement. Ça, bien comme on l'a dit dans le cadre de One Health. Et pour la surveillance et la cartographie, comme le FAO vient de le dire, vient de le montrer, nous avons développé des outils de cartographie épidémiologique pour suivre et voir à ce qu'il n'y ait pas d'apparition spatiale de la maladie et identifier avec précision les zones d'intervention pour l'élimination. Toujours pour la surveillance, l'OMS aide les pays à renforcer leur système de surveillance pour détecter les cas et organiser la réponse. Mais pour assurer le progrès vers l'élimination de la DHA, l'OMS, en plus de coordonner les parties prenantes, peut intervenir directement dans les pays et dans les activités non couvertes afin de garantir la continuité de la lutte. Les détails de nos réalisations et les résultats à ce jour vous seront présentés dans les sessions qui vont suivre. Merci de votre attention et je vous souhaite des discussions fructueuses.
Thank you so much, the great representative. And now we are going to listen to the presentation by the World Organization for the Animal Health. I think it will be presented by Dr. Emmanuel Kwasi. So the floor is yours. You have 8 minutes.
on cystic fly and trypanosimiasis implemented by BOA. Quickly, the outline of this presentation production and what we implement. So there is a code, there is a manual, and the overview activities and the short conclusion. So, as an introduction, the World Organization for Animal Health plays a crucial role in the management and prevention of animal disease worldwide, including those transmitted by tsetse fly and trypanosimiasis, which have a major impact on animal health and the economy of the country concerned. Second, who are contributing to strengthen capacity in animal disease awareness, control and eradication, policy development, and research support. OWA also produced the code and manual of the recent animal for safe trade and request international approve the diagnostic method and requirement for veteran vaccine. So, with the code manual, the code, WOA contribute to give the definition of occurrence of infection with trypanosoma brucei, convalescence, severe, and vivax, through chapter A.19. This chapter was last adopted in 2021. Also, in this chapter, you can find the safe commodity considered as safe for international trade and the recommendation for importation of other commodities. Provision also regards the status of country, zone, and compartment, which is the definition of country, zone, or compartment free from infection with trypanosoma brucei, trypanosoma convalescens, severe, or vivax, and also the cover of free status. In this chapter, you can also find the provision regarding surveillance. In the manual, the chapter dealing with this disease is the chapter 3.1.14, Nagana. And you have also in this manual, this chapter, a summary, a short introduction to present the disease, the different techniques used to diagnose the disease, and the requirement for vaccine. But in this case, there is no vaccine available. Last adoption of this chapter was in 2021 also. So the manual produced international approved the technique and the requirement for vaccine sequencing when this is available. So, regarding this disease, WOA needs a reference lab in Africa. Africa is an endemic area and there is no reference lab. So, we encourage you to apply to be a WOA reference lab for this disease in Africa. What we did over the past 2 years, 23, 24, and beyond. So why this present surveillance of animal disease, trypanosomosis? WOA has strengthened surveillance capacity of animal trypanosomosis in endemic region in collaboration with national veteran and public health services. This has included training of early detection and identification of trypanosomes and the establishment of surveillance network at the risk area. So also global data collection and share with affected countries to better understand the epidemiology of the disease and train in treatment resistance. 2, training and capacity building. Training workshop were organized in African countries to improve veteran service capacity to diagnose, treat, and control animal trypanosomosis. Also, OWA supported training on the use of new techniques such as PCR molecular techniques and also serology, using ELISA to improve the detection of trypanosomes in low prevalence setting. As a 3, promotion of vector control, fly. OWA has supported integrated vector control initiative including the use of insecticide and fly trap to control the fly population. Also, OWA has also encouraged the use of tracking and detection method to monitor fly population and assess their role in the parasitic transmission. 4, how many? Okay. 4 is support research and development, partnership with the research institute to improve understanding of the form of resistance of the personnel in to existing treatment. We have also OWA has contributed to research projects for the development of vaccine or innovative treatment against trypanosomosis. Support has been also provided to clinical trial of new drugs, particularly for treating resistant form of resistant trypanosimiasis. Also collaboration with international organizations such as the Forestry and Animal Resources Commission, NGO, ECOWAS in West Africa. And state communication awareness campaign has been launched to inform livestock farmers and rural community as the race associated with trypanosimiasis. Okay, I'm ready. So, what we plan to do from this year and beyond, one is to improve the surveillance and early warning system, or continue to strengthen surveillance system for animal disease. In particular, through the use of modern technology, such as using a drone to monitor the state of life, population, and geographic information system (GIS) to map high-risk area. OI is setting also up early warning system in country where trypanosimiasis is endemic, to strengthen network into treatment and drugs resistance. OI will continue to support the research into drug resistance in partnership with university and national research institutes to better understand how trypanosimiasis develop resistance to treatment. The development of new drug and vaccine effective against trypanosome will be also a priority for OA, particularly for rural areas where treatment are often difficult to implement. As to integrated rural control of state, OA plan to continue promoting integrated control approach, combining vector management tracking with sustainable animal population management program. Support will also be provided for the development and implementation of innovative technology for the genetic control of state, which could offer a long-term sustainable solution. 5. Stressing national capacity or workshop and training will be organized to improve countries' response or plan to strengthen partnership with government to include trypanosomes at the national health policy and poverty reduction. And also the integration of One Health approaches or continue to promote the One Health approach, which involve addressing animal, human, and environmental health issues in an integrated manner. This includes cooperation with WHO, FAO, to develop joint strategy. The integration of effort to control zoonotic disease such as trypanosome is also a priority in the context of pandemic preparedness. 6. Strengthen data management. OA plan to develop more robust data collection system to better understand the dynamic of animal trypanosomes, including digital platform for real-time monitoring of disease outbreak. Here is a distribution seen by WISE in 24-25. So conclusion, OA continue to play a vital role in the fight against animal trypanosomes transmitted by sensitive life. Its action focus on surveillance, training, research, and vector control while integrating the One Health approach to maximize the impact of animal and human health. Future initiative will be focused on research, the development of innovative treatment, and sensitive life control while strengthening local capacity for the trypanosome management. Regular update of the code and manual for terrestrial animals for safe trade based on international approved delivery method. Also, reminds that we need in Africa a reference lab for this disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. Our next presenter is joining us online, Dr. Ali Abdullah from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Dr. Ali, are you online? Hello, Travi, can you? Will you take over for your presentation?
I think that you video well. You hear me?
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you see my presentation now? Can I see it?
Yes, you can see it.
Okay. Anyway, thank you so much for this opportunity and for the organizer of this ISC conference. I wish to be with you in person. However, this failed with the General Conference of the International Energy Agency today. And just to proceed, maybe this just to indicate that since the establishment of the party, the IAA member states have supported the General Conference resolution, endorsed the party resolution, and maybe that resolution is stating that Tsetse and Council remain among the greatest constraint for the socio-economic development in Africa. And therefore, actually, a General Conference has requested SIA and the partner to strengthen the capacity building in member states, mainly to find the best strategy, including a strategic component to control Tsetse and human zone. And in addition to that, to maintain support either from our regular support or from technical cooperation to enhance the capacity of the member state. Again, the agency actually is mainly so this two arms of the agency is mainly the technical cooperation or slow the regular budget of the joint effort and the center keep supporting and helping the initiative of the while the joint FOIA center represented in the executive control section and laboratory focus on the R&D technology, global technology, to improve the implementation of the scientific control system. Our technical cooperation department will focus mainly on the technology transfer, and this is mainly with this regional project RAF 5078. It is mainly focusing, and actually in this presentation, I will focus mainly about the input of the agency, mainly done through this project. So there's other projects, maybe so national this project for other countries like Senegal, Ethiopia, Faso, Mali, and other. However, we focus now on that regional approach. Again, as I mentioned, the main objective for this project is mainly focused on the capacity building in the member state, either involving or operational sub-apparatus or planning and design project to eradicate this fire. This includes actually many activities, including the training courses, fellowship, scientific visiting. In addition to that, the building of infrastructure, so procurement also for massive Tsetse or for laboratory is mainly done under the TC project. The R&D component actually is mainly done how to improve the implementation of the strategy on Tsetse either by improving the best way to produce that supply in large scale or to identify people supply. Maybe we are working on that. Just to remind the impact of the IA collaboration, maybe you still some of the audience remember what happened in Zanzibar, eradicating the Lucina strike in Zanzibar, and now more than 20 years after this eradication, no 65 was detected, and certainly this improved the animal productivity in the island, and at the basis really improves the life quality of the people actually. Again, in this regard, more recently, another project was started, and the eradication of the supply is again area was accomplished recently, and certainly this have a major impact in the animal productivity in this area. So the RAF project actually, the main objective is mainly to build capacity in the African enhancing population control of Tsetse species transmitting African trypanosimiasis. And this is mainly with the evolution of the slide insect component among this area-wide integrated risk management approach. And of course, there is many activity was done under supporting the ecological and ecological design base or enhancing institutional capacity or actually improving the data management and standardization and so on. So far, there is about 21 countries contributed or participated in this project. We hope in the next slide we will find all the 38 African countries affected by this technology. The main objective or result of this project is mainly to improve human health, livestock production and productivity and expand the area free from disease. Just as an example of the activity mainly done, either several many training courses either on population genetic or city identification or socio-economic impact. There is some database was developed on this approach. There is many fellowship as scientific was conducted under this project, and there is many activity was done during this last 4 years. In addition to that, some international workshop in visibility and remediation is conducted with the participation of a candidate from 4 member states. And secondly, we supported the PCP meeting held in Mombasa this year. And this is important to us. Again, one of the things that we are supporting so this project actually is the participation of this conference. It's mainly last in the 2023. Other players was supported to participate in the ICC PRC conference. In addition to this year, some other candidate was supported from the national project to participate in this conference. More than this, there is some e-learning course that actually developed and available now to several states to use some data management database which actually can currently be used and some system to manage city as really is available and can be used by the university. In addition to that, this national ecological support meeting with expert, 10 experts actually was needed to revise our thematic plan, actually to see what we are doing in R&D, where in the area where there is gaps that need to be filled in our area, to keep our effort in line with the effort of controlling its flight in African countries. In addition to that, as I mentioned, some improvement was done for this project over 4 years. Some of the tsetse trap or biometric identified or GPS tools or organization tools were requested for many of the countries participated in this project. Some specialized equipment was requested for the machinery in Ethiopia, and again some specialized equipment for microbiology assessment was done in Burkina Faso, Gambia, and this is good that. So to conclude, for the time shortage, the key message from that it is mainly that the government commitment is the most important thing to achieve successful eradication in 65. Again, strengthening the coordination at national, regional, and continental level is very important. Again, we encourage, as we discussed with Dr. Sarah yesterday, about the lack of party coordination, mainly to advocate with the African countries to support for work on 65. Again, the research mobilization, which actually is mainly the role of the party coordinator, this is very important. In addition to that, improving knowledge and socioeconomic burden of sensitive journalism in Africa is highly needed. This is mainly our statement from the International African Energy Agency. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rafi, for sharing about IAA activities in trypanosimiasis, and thank you for giving the time. Our next presentation will be from the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, ICEPI. So the representative will be floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I will present or represent ECP. My name is Mared, so I will show you what we are doing in ECP when it comes to system trypanosimiasis. So ECP was established by Professor Thomas Odiambo in the 70s. So we study insects, good and bad ones. So we study their ecology, biology, behavior, and everything. So that we have knowledge to manage them. We also, especially the bad ones, so that our development, also our objective is also our control method should be specific, should be environmental friendly, so that doesn't affect the other ones, so that we improve the livelihood of people. So in the process, we generate knowledge, we also train the future scientists in our continent. So ECP at the moment is divided into 4 thematic areas. We have environment where we study pollinators. We have also the human health where we study vectors, malaria, sandflies. We also have the plant health where we study the pests. And then we have the animal health where we study vector-borne diseases so that our animals are productive. So what do we study at ECP? As I said, we study everything of the vectors, the ecology, production, physiology, and interaction, especially with the robot. Hello? How they interact with the various animals as seen up here. These are the vectors. You see the different flies, but you also have other vectors, like zoonosis and cats. How do they interact with the animals? And then how that interaction changes when animal gets sick. Well, but they're trypanosome, so that means trypanosimiasis. So we study all of these things in the ECP. As I said, this is you can see the network of odors. So these odors come from 13 odor sources, including animals and plants. All of them, these are used by flies to find their animals. We also add photons that are, because the different animals have different colors, plants have different colors, how these metabolites and photons interact to make a fly make a decision. So when they find their host, so we study all of these developed tools that our partners can make use of it. You can see here, we try to represent the animal by different fabric, color, and all stuff there. So, and then this is how they interact. For example, this is the scissorfly nose, as you can see down there. This one, they have to have sensors which are interface between the insect brain and the environment. So they must have sensors to snare their animals. You can see here 2 vectors, zoonosis and scissor. How do they interact with 210 orders that we generate from different hosts, what they like and they don't like. So we do a lot of basic research because we are researching still team. So we also study their molecular mechanism of interaction. For example, these are, as I said, these are receptors or proteins. They are sensors that enable the insect to interact with the environment. So we contribute for the genome, for example, flies. Other than the bite, for example, zoonosis, we are also doing their receptor dynamics and all stuff there, so that we understand how do they interact with the environment. So these are some of the innovation that you can find at ECP. We have traps, we have also attractant, repellent, we also have dispensers, so that we would be happy if you take them and change them and challenge them in your places, or tell us whether they are working or not, so that we can also improve. So you can see, through time, we also improve our selectivity of our trap by studying the color preference. We have down here the attractant for different flies. We have attractant for infected one, gravity ones, all of those you can make use of them for the purpose. We also study, as I said, what do they like and what they don't like. The cabinet secretary in the morning was mentioning, for example, if we have something we can put on the horn of a cow, you can see here, Sasa doesn't feed on each and every animal. Look, for example, if you go to Masai Mara, you find a lot of wild beasts, but you take Sasa from that place and analyze what they feed on. They don't feed on wild beasts. So you ask the question, why they don't feed on that? Can you translate that knowledge to make a cow like smell like wild beast so that she cannot be bitten by Sasa? So we study the basic one. For example, here we study how the preferred and non-preferred hosts are detected by Sasa, and then how we can translate that into knowledge. Then we also study Sasa reproduction, because we have also found that Sasa has a very low productivity. We So we also studied the trypanosome genetic diversity. For example, you can see here using microsatellites, so that we, as I said, we study both cells and trypanosome. We will be the right place for reference laboratory who was asking. So you can see here how the different trypanosomes are diverse genetically, so we need to know their adaptation, prevalent, their virulence, and everything. So we also study their competence. Are they really competent vector? For example, susceptible transmitted diseases, Stomoxis also do that one. And like also we study the distributions, both in the country and in specific ecology, so that we we identify hotspots for management. The other one is we study how trypanosome change the chemistry of the host, for example, so that we can, for example, here it is a camel you can see, but it's also work for other animals, so you can see so when the question we're asking, can we simplify animal diagnostic? For example, at the moment we have microscopy and PCR, which is a bit more technical. Can we simplify this by using only the livestock urine, so that this farmer and a colleague can make his own diagnostic? So that's what I can say. This honors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sylvie, for the presentation. Our next presenter will be the representative of CIRGIS, the Center for the International Center for Livestock in Sub-Saharan Western Africa zone. So, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Moi, c'est Dayo Kouli Bazak Ossiba. Je suis le directeur général du CIDES. Je vais, au nom de mes collègues, présenter la contribution du CIDES durant les 2 dernières années sur les titiers et les trypanosimiasis. Alors, le CIDES, c'est quoi? Le CIDES, c'est le Centre international de recherche et développement sur le droit de la zone subhumide, qui est une structure sous-régionale et qui a, entre autres, comme mission de faire la recherche et le développement sur la santé et la production animale dans une approche de santé, le renforcement des capacités et puis de l'environnement et la biodiversité. Alors, il y a 8 États membres de l'Afrique de l'Ouest que vous voyez là, et entre voilà. En termes d'intervention sur les titiers et les trypanos, nous avons 5 domaines d'intervention, notamment le développement ou l'optimisation des outils de contrôle, le développement et le diagnostic des outils de diagnostic et de surveillance, et les études sur l'écologie des titiers, mais également la production en masse de masse stériles, et puis le renforcement des capacités. Alors, au CIDES, nous avons les différents plateaux techniques qui permettent de faire la production de masse stériles, qui a permis d'alimenter un certain nombre de programmes, notamment le programme de vaccination du Sénégal, dont a parlé d'ailleurs tout à l'heure, mais également tous les instituts de recherche des États membres. Il y a les plateaux techniques pour faire le diagnostic et une animalerie pour produire les anticorps et les antigènes de référence pour les tests, et puis une unité de production d'azote liquide pour pouvoir conserver les différentes souches de trypanos et d'autres pathogènes. Et puis toutes ces études ont permis d'avoir un certain nombre de labels avec l'OMS, où le CIDES abrite le laboratoire de référence du centre laboratoire de l'OMS pour l'élimination de la tâche, mais également un centre de collaboration avec l'OMSA, que nous animons avec le CILAD, et puis le CIDES est centre de référence de la FAO pour les maladies à transmission vectorielle jusqu'à 2029. Alors, en termes d'activités, de projets menés ces 2 dernières années, je cite ici le projet combat. On va parler d'ici peut-être tout à l'heure et puis d'autres vont en parler. Il y a le projet qui est financé par l'Union européenne, il y a le projet Trypano financé par le FAM, et puis il y a des activités qui sont collaborateurs et renforcement de capacité. Alors, dans le cadre du projet combat, ce que le CDS a fait ces dernières années avec d'autres partenaires, bien sûr, c'est en termes d'écologie chimique. Je pense que le collègue de l'ICP en a parlé tout à l'heure. Le CDS a travaillé avec l'ICP, le CIRAD et le CIRAD pour isoler un certain nombre de phénomènes que l'ICP a pu caractériser. Alors, il y a des activités sur la caractérisation de la trypanotolérance, sur les populations trypanotolérantes, notamment les populations trypanosensibles, et puis de plus en plus, il y a l'implantation des animaux exotiques pour la production de lait, et donc vous avez un certain nombre de croisés, produits de croisement dans la zone. Donc, la trypanotolérance a été évaluée sur ces alors, il y a, pour l'amélioration des outils de prévention de surveillance, il y a un certain nombre d'activités qui ont été menées, notamment les alternatives écologiques de lutte contre les vecteurs à travers l'isolement et les huiles essentielles qu'on a testées sur les glycines, nous sommes pas parlé, c'est dans l'essai. Il y a les études sur l'efficacité de nouveaux écrans imprégnés. Il y a l'étude de l'efficacité de nouveaux pièges qui sont biodégradables. Et puis enfin, il y a les essais de production et de lyophilisation des anticorps de référence négatives et positives produits par le CIDES et le CIRAD à population pour pouvoir alimenter les laboratoires des partenaires. Alors, par rapport au projet Trypano, il y a la principale activité, c'est l'appui que le CIDES apporte depuis 2014 au Tchad, notamment dans 2 zones, la zone du Mandoul et la zone de Maro. Donc, la zone de Mandoul, l'appui a commencé depuis 2014 et à travers le déploiement des écrans et puis le suivi de la surveillance entomologique, donc 2 missions par an. Et ce qui a permis depuis 2018 aucune glucine n'est captée encore dans la zone de Mandoul. Voilà. Et il n'y a que les vecteurs mécaniques qui contactent encore de temps en temps. Par contre, dans la zone du Malo, il y a encore quelques glucines qui sont encore captées, donc l'appui va continuer. Alors, par rapport au centre laboratoire, le CIDES fait des tests de trypanolyse pour les pays. Et donc, ici, depuis 2020 à 2024, il y a plus de 3000 échantillons que l'OMS a envoyés pour analyser et qui proviennent de 18 pays. Donc, ça aussi, ça va continuer. Alors, il y a les contributions au développement des stratégies nationales et la FAO a parlé tout à l'heure de guide sur le traitement, le CIDES a contribué et puis bon, on est impliqué dans l'élaboration du guide de la stratégie concernée. Alors, en termes de renforcement des capacités, ces 2 dernières années, il y a eu des formations qui ont été organisées dans le cadre du projet combat, mais également avec la CDAO sur le diagnostic de la lutte contre les maladies à transmission véhiculaire. Et également, il y a une formation qui a été organisée à l'endroit du Ghana sur le financement des Anglais. Alors, dernière partie, c'est le partenariat. Voilà ici ce que nous faisons, les partenariats que nous faisons sur ces maladies, sur les trypanos et sur les tickets trypanos avec l'AIA, sur la production de masse de FAO, comme centre de référence plutôt. Le MSA pour les activités du laboratoire de référence avec le CIRAD, l'OMS pour le diagnostic par la trypanolyse, et puis nous avons une collaboration avec les Américains pour la sécurité nucléaire autour de l'irradiateur que nous utilisons pour stériliser les mâles. Et enfin, il y a la collaboration avec l'Institut national impliqué dans la lutte contre les Je pense que voilà les partenaires avec qui nous travaillons sur ces questions avec lesquels nous avons travaillé ces 2 dernières années. Mais continuons à travailler avec les partenaires de tous les États membres. Merci.
Currently, I'm pleased to introduce the ISTRC chairman to present on behalf of FARM.
Thank you, moderator. We can have the first slide. I'll talk about the Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics, FIND, who we are, what we do, and what our contribution has been in the fight against human African trypanosimiasis. We are a global non-profit organization that supports the development of diagnostic solutions. Our headquarters is in Geneva, in Switzerland. We were established in 2003, and we have regional offices in Africa and Asian countries. We are a co-convener of the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. We are WHO Collaborating Center for Laboratory Strengthening and Diagnostic Technology Evaluation, and we are a member of the WHO SAGE IVD and observer of WHO NTD time. Now, we drive diagnostic innovations to combat major diseases affecting the world's poorest populations. And as I indicated, our offices are in Geneva headquarters. Another regional offices are in South Africa, here in Kenya, India, and Vietnam. The way we work is that we address market failure by partnering to develop and deliver diagnostic solutions to low and middle-income countries. We do this through a number of programs, and human African trypanosimiasis falls under the Neglected Tropical Diseases Program. Now, since we were established, we quickly started the Neglected Tropical Diseases Program in 2006. The first disease was human African trypanosimiasis, and through the years, we have supported either the improvement of all development of new diagnostic solutions for sleeping sickness. The last test that was developed was the rapid test, the second generation rapid test for sleeping sickness. Now, we have a number of projects that have been supported in various countries. Some of them are still ongoing, others have been concluded. As indicated, over the years, we have supported the development of 3 diagnostic tests. One was the molecular test known as LAMP that was launched in 2011. The rapid tests for heart, the first generation that was using native antigens, and then the second generation RPT that uses recombinant antigens that was launched in 2021. Since we started the rollout of these diagnostic solutions, we have had more than 2.4 million rapid tests supplied to endemic countries and used in immunization programs in the endemic countries. Since 2013, we have had the national programs in 11 endemic countries that have been supported to accelerate immunization of heart, These include Uganda, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Guinea, Republic of Congo, Angola, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, South Sudan, Malawi, Nigeria, and Kenya. Since we started, there has been a number of achievements. A number of countries have already been validated as having eliminated the disease as a public health problem. And for quite a number of those countries, FIDE has been working in partnership with those countries. Our funding has been from various sources, and we wish to acknowledge the contributions of our various funders, and importantly, the in-kind contribution by the various countries who we have been partnering with in the regulation program. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Joko, for giving the time. Actually, we have 60 minutes to go. Our next presenter will be the representative of government. You have 8 minutes for your presentation. Please take the floor.
Just waiting for the slides. Thanks. So I think firstly I just want to extend really a warm thanks to AUI-BAR for having organized this meeting, especially at such short notice, change of venue. So government having offices here in Nairobi is certainly happy to have it hosted here in Nairobi. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the what, the why, and the how that government tries to focus on. So what, or rather who are we? Government is essentially a product development partnership organization. We're a non-profit and we have our offices here in Nairobi as well as in Edinburgh. Our objective really is to bring new innovations in the form of products, tools, policies to the field, and to do that in a sustainable way. So that really means often creating businesses around that, making the markets work. Why? So we firmly believe that transformational improvements in less developed areas throughout Africa can be driven through improving the livelihoods of small-scale producers, particularly in the livestock area. We do this by improving access to veterinary products and services. Finally, how? So, knowing that livestock producers across the continent face a multitude of different problems, trypanosimiasis and testic flies being a major one, however, access to feed, for example, can be a major burden for many of those small-scale producers. So we really try to understand the barriers to entry for animal health products, knowing very well that there are many effective products available throughout the globe that may not necessarily be available on the continent. So we try really to understand the barriers to bringing those into the field. We engage with animal health stakeholders, ranging from private organizations, regulators, governments, many of the other groups that have already presented in advance of me today, to try and identify how to bring those products to the market. In parallel to that, it's really about developing an awareness amongst the livestock producers as to what benefit many of these innovations can have for their livestock. Convincing a farmer that investing $10 in vaccines now for their cattle, for something that they may not necessarily see as a constraint, is a challenge. And we really try to work with livestock keepers to encourage this broad scoping understanding. So how do we achieve this? So government's core structure is divided into 4 departments. and these span the animal health value chain. This is what really makes GovMed a unique organization. This stems from research and development, where we partner with many different academic organizations to identify innovations that can be brought to the field. We then try and partner with private organizations to commercialize those. That's where our commercial development team comes into the part. We can't expect these products to work without functioning markets. We had a presentation earlier from the WHO where it was emphasized the role that the WHO has in bringing these drugs to the field at no cost. In the livestock arena, we don't have that luxury, and so we therefore need to make sure that there is a functioning market that makes the farmers understand the benefits in investing and paying for these products, with the ultimate goal of improving the livelihoods of their livestock. Once we have these products, however, we need to get them into the field. And there is an absolute importance of working to create enabling environments that allow efficient registration of products across multiple countries. This, in turn, makes it more profitable, more accessible for pharmaceutical organizations to develop products, to get them into the field, and eventually into the hands of the farmers. Finally, in this data-driven society that we live in, it's really important for us to evaluate whether the interventions that we are funding actually have an impact on the ground level. And we have a specific department dedicated to monitoring that several years after the intervention is run in the field, to make sure that we can learn from our previous projects and improve as we go on. Sorry, a bit of a busy slide. I should have clicked on this one earlier, but I think the importance that I really want to highlight here is that we do our best to make sure that we can have impacts throughout the value supply chain of products. And that really stems from our R&D team through the field, making sure that we have favorable policies and eventually monitoring that. So just a little bit of background on our work on AAT. Nagana, African trypanosimiasis, has been a real core part of GovMed's strategy for improving the livelihoods of farmers for more than the previous 12 years. I tried to highlight here just 4 of our key activities that we have had in improving the tools. Firstly and foremost, baseline assessment. So before starting off this project, we did a baseline assessment working across both East and West Africa to understand where we stand at the moment so that we could always measure our improvement from that point onwards. We've partnered with various different organizations to support the development of new diagnostic tools. I think partnership here is really the core point to emphasize. Through GovMed's small but agile group of individuals, we thrive off of partnerships with other organizations, and that's really how we have, through various projects, managed to provide different types of reagents and access to different tools to support the development of these diagnostics. We've worked with funding from different organizations to develop infrastructure across Africa to facilitate other organizations to conduct that research. That includes investments in facilities in Ethiopia and Mozambique, as well as collaborations with different organizations in both East and West Africa. Finally, we have an active program to develop a novel trypanoside, and I'll be presenting some more details of that on Wednesday, so I won't really go into too many details on that. I just want to close off by saying here that we firmly believe that these types of meetings can stimulate a community dialogue that is essential to bringing new innovations to the field. We absolutely rely on the advocacy from international organizations. We rely very specifically on the regulators in the room to help us bring these products to the field. And this is what the benefit of having so many people in one room can be. And we look forward to working together with many of you.
Thank you so much, for drugs for neglected diseases initiative from DNDI. So, Doctor, you have the floor for your presentation.
Thank you very much. My presentation will be in English, but I will present in French to accommodate all the participants. Okay. Ok, je vais donner un petit historique sur DNDI qui signifie tout simplement Drug for Neglected Initiative en français, médicaments pour les maladies tropicales négligées. En fait, DNDI a été créé suite à une frustration des praticiens médicaux qui se sont vus devant des malades, devant des médicaments non disponibles, toxiques et qui ne sont pas aux côtés des patients. Et c'est comme ça que les problèmes étaient que les partenaires pharmaceutiques étaient beaucoup plus focalisés sur les bénéfices, c'est-à-dire qu'ils produisaient des médicaments. La recherche était focalisée sur les bénéfices. Et bien qu'il y a une catégorie des patients qu'on appelle les patients négligés, dont les besoins de développer de nouveaux traitements sécurisés, efficaces, étaient vraiment un besoin. Alors, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? En 1999, l'Organisation internationale Médecins sans frontières obtient le prix Nobel de la paix. Et c'était des moyens. Et c'est comme ça qu'ils se sont mis ensemble avec d'autres partenaires, notamment l'Institut Pasteur, notamment le ministère malaisien de la Santé, l'Institut kenyan de recherche médicale, il y a du moins l'Institut indien de recherche médicale, ainsi que le ministère malaisien de la Santé. Ils se sont mis ensemble et ils ont créé en 2003 une organisation qu'on appelle DNDI, dont l'objectif est de développer de nouveaux traitements, de nouvelles formulations thérapeutiques pour la prise en charge des maladies tropicales négligées. Aujourd'hui, on va juste présenter quelques avancées concernant la technologie en semaine africaine. Alors, comme vous le savez, 3 millions de populations ils sont à risque élevé ou modéré de la semaine africaine en termes d'infection. 61% des cas reportés de 2018 jusqu'à 2022 se trouvent en République démocratique du Congo. Ça veut dire la RDC est le pays endémique de la trypanosimiasis sous la forme de Hanessing. Et aujourd'hui, il y a 97% de la population, du moins 97% des cas reportés en termes de réduction de la prévalence. Ce qui veut dire que nous sommes vraiment dans une période de faible prévalence. La cartographie que vous voyez là, ça montre en fait la partie gambienne et la partie rhodésienne. La rhodésienne, c'est la forme aiguë, tandis que la gambienne, c'est la forme chronique de la maladie du sommeil. Alors, le DNDI concourt à l'objectif commun de l'interdiction de la transmission de la maladie du sommeil, ça veut dire avoir 0 cas d'ici 2030, conformément aux objectifs de l'OMS. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle l'objectif de DNDI, c'est de supporter l'élimination de la maladie du sommeil. Ça veut dire que l'objectif de DNDI, c'est de supporter l'élimination de la maladie du sommeil par le développement de nouveaux traitements sécurisés, effectifs et disponibles aux côtés des patients. Voilà un peu l'objectif de DNDI qui contribue à l'objectif global de l'OMS qui consiste à l'élimination de la maladie du sommeil. Alors, les tableaux que je vais vous présenter, ça montre effectivement l'évolution de la recherche sur la maladie du sommeil. Il y a de cela 15 ans, la maladie du sommeil est traitée par l'émulasoprol, un médicament festival de l'arsenic et du coup, c'est un médicament qui était toxique, efficace mais toxique et sensible des patients. En 2009, DNDI en collaboration avec Bayer et Sanofi, ils ont mis en place une nouvelle formation thérapeutique qu'on appelle NET, mais c'était un médicament qui était efficace, mais le problème était que c'était encombrant. Et ça, c'était un traitement seulement pour un patient. Tout un carton avec tout ce sérum. Et puis, c'était un médicament qui était administré sur une base d'hospitalisation. Il faudrait faire la fonction ouverte, etc. etc. En 2018, il y a une collaboration avec Sanofi et d'autres partenaires. Ils ont mis en place le premier traitement oral qui s'appelle l'effétinazole, qui est pris en 10 jours et c'est évidemment un comprimé. Ça, c'est pour la forme ambiance. En 2023, Dieu avec ses partenaires qui ont mis en place l'effétinazole sous la sous-sérodésienne. Et c'est en 2023 que l'Agence européenne des médicaments a donné la vie positive sur ces médicaments. Et l'objectif, c'est de développer un médicament innovant à dose unique qu'on appelle la cosicolore. Alors, des années 2018 et 2023, un essai clinique en collaboration avec Sanofi, avec d'autres partenaires, je ne vais pas aller dans tous les détails. Donc en 2009, Sanofi il y a signé un accord, n'est-ce pas, pour développer et produire et distribuer l'effétinazole. En 2017, l'ANSET, ça veut dire les journal scientifique, publie l'efficacité de l'effétinazole. Et en 2018, l'effétinazole a été recommandé par l'Agence européenne des médicaments, conformément à l'article numéro 58. Et ça a été approuvé à la République démocratique du Congo. En 2019, c'est le premier patient en dehors des essais cliniques qui a pris l'effétinazole. En 2023, comme je vous l'ai dit, les résultats du l'effétinazole concernant la rhodésienne a été publié. Et en décembre 2023, l'Agence européenne des médicaments a donné son opinion positive sur l'utilisation du l'effétinazole sur les patients atteints de la trypanosimiasis et sur la sous-rhodésienne. Et en 2025, le premier patient a été traité en dehors des essais cliniques. Ça veut dire qu'il y a des années, l'effétinazole typique ambiance a mis en 2018 et l'effétinazole tibirhodésien c'est à 2023. Alors, parlons d'effectivement. Comme je viens de dire, il y a un nouveau médicament efficace et à dose unique qui ne va plus tarder à venir. En 2012, DNDI avec ses partenaires implémente la phase 1 de l'étude sur la cause en France. De 2016 à 2020, la phase 2 et 3 en RDC et en Guinée sur les addicts. En 2020, Sanofi et DNDI signent un accord pour finaliser le développement de la cosicolore. En 2022, Sanofi et DNDI annoncent que le traitement a un succès à l'enseignement de 5%. Et il y a une activité qui est en cours en ce moment, toujours en 2022, qui consiste à trouver un médicament pour les enfants. Je pense que c'est 0 jusqu'à 14. En 2025, les dossiers ont été soumis à l'Agence européenne des médicaments pour la cosicolore. Et la cosicolore apparaît comme un traitement efficace et un médicament qui est beaucoup plus utile pour traiter tous les suspects sérologiques sans passer par la confirmation de la microscope. C'est ainsi qu'il y a toute une étude, n'est-ce pas, qu'on appelle STROHAT, vous aurez le temps de soulever ça les jours à venir, a été recommandé pour implémenter l'approche test and treat, c'est-à-dire tester et soigner avec la microscope. Et du coup, la cosicolore apparaît comme, n'est-ce pas, un élément parmi l'affaire qui va amener vers l'élimination de la maladie du sommeil ici de l'Inde. Les nouvelles par rapport à la cosicolore d'aujourd'hui, comme je viens de le dire, la soumission auprès de l'Agence européenne des médicaments a été 18 en août 2027, ça veut dire c'est mal passé. Et je peux ajouter en disant qu'il y a eu quand même une collaboration très étroite et beaucoup plus forte entre les DNDI et son partenaire pharmaceutique et Sanofi. Et puis, ce qu'il faudrait dire aussi, c'est que l'Agence européenne des médicaments a réduit la greffe des dossiers à cosicolore au moins de 2 mois. Ce qui veut dire que nous attendons, n'est-ce pas, l'opinion de l'Agence européenne des médicaments d'ici les mois de mars, avril 2026. Et donc, l'OMS, le PNDH, Guinée et en RDC, ils ont été vraiment impliqués dans la revue des dossiers et ils ont les partenaires pharmaceutiques Sanofi, l'Organisation mondiale de la santé OMS et TDI se sont mis ensemble pour trouver de nouveaux traitements, ce qu'on appelle les traitements révolutionnaires contre la maladie des sommeils. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention et nous remercions tous les demandeurs, n'est-ce pas, qui ont fait que nous arrivions à ces postes. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, the NDI and all the international and regional organizations for your presentations. We are reaching the last presentation. That's start between us and the lunch. So I will ask the control to play the presentation by the Gates Foundation as our partner and honor to support the journey in Africa.
Good morning. I'm Anna, Senior Program Officer for Animal Health at the Gates Foundation. I'm sorry not to be able to be in person with you today, but I'm pleased to share the Gates Foundation perspective in animal health with a focus on African animal trypanosimiasis. To begin, I'll give a brief overview of how we work at the Gates Foundation. Our founders believe in the power of philanthropy to drive transformative change and envision a world where every person has the opportunity to live a healthy and productive life. From our headquarters in Seattle and through 10 regional offices, we collaborate with a wide range of strategic partners across 6 programmatic divisions to deliver on our mission. Our partners are the driving force behind our work, and our interventions are designed to be time-bound, as the Foundation's objective is to catalyze sustainable change rather than provide long-term support. Agriculture development is one of the strategic programs of the Gates Foundation. Indeed, agriculture and livestock are central to supporting the most vulnerable populations. More than 75% of the poorest people rely on agriculture for their livelihoods. In rural areas, over 60% of households depend on livestock for a major share of their income. And livestock also provide vital animal source foods, which are the key to improve nutrition and reduce the protein gap. At the core of our vision is the fact that improving productivity is the most direct and powerful way to lift smallholder farmers out of poverty. To unlock the full potential of livestock, we need to strengthen all the building blocks of productivity together. So strategic investments in animal health, genetic, feeding systems, access to off-take markets, and climate-smart practices can truly transform the livestock sector across Africa and the livelihood of small-scale farmers. And those initiatives not only enhance productivity, but they also contribute to economic mobility, food security, and sustainable rural development, especially for women. And they also impact emission intensity and the prospective carbon footprint of livestock. So this is really this vision of a world together. Within that system, we know that a quarter of animals owned by smallholder farmers die from diseases that are preventable. Improving animal health is a foundational step in transforming this livestock sector. And we take an end-to-end approach which is product-oriented to animal health. We work from R&D to delivery with the right partners, the ones that are committed, empowered, and equipped to deliver at scale with a focus on the most vulnerable. Our investments focus on 3 key areas: R&D to develop tailored and living veterinary products, access by supporting viable and inclusive business models, and enabling environments that address data gaps and aim to strengthen the regulatory system to remove barriers and support scale-up. Our strategic focus has long centered on 14 priority diseases that were identified in 2012 as those posing the greatest risk to smallholder livelihoods. Diseases continue to guide our R&D investments. However, when it comes to access, we've adopted a product portfolio lens, ensuring that delivery is driven by country needs and demands with a strong reliance on private sector-led approach. Our theory of change in animal health is built around a vision of a virtuous society. When farmers can access the treatments they need at a price which is affordable, and then they can protect their livestock, then productivity increases. This, in turn, reduces the risk of investing in better inputs and support the development of a sustainable delivery network, one that can grow and thrive alongside the livelihoods of rural families. This approach has shown real impact in various contexts, but I won't dive them here, focusing on the livestock system in Africa. The demand for livestock products in Africa is only set to grow. By 2050, the population will be twice the size it was in 2010. That means nearly 900 million more people. Rising incomes, rapid urbanization will almost triple the demand for meat, milk, and other animal sources. And this positions the livestock sector as a major engine of rural development. We are already seeing that play out in the dairy sector in East Africa. Improved cattle breeds there and better farming practice have driven production increase of 40 to 50% over the past decade. And in parallel, thriving small-scale farm or cooperatives are emerging with demand for quality animal health inputs. So several areas of innovation are expected to support this transformation and reshape the animal health landscape in Africa, including tailored vaccines, next-generation drugs, in particular parasiticides, surveillance, and genetic innovation. How does it translate to the domain of trypanosimiasis control? We know that the disease remains a major barrier to livestock productivity, and we are driving 6 interventions across 4 areas: project R&D, market access and services, disease monitoring, and ecosystem building. For that, we work with over 20 partners across the globe. The 3 specific programs that we have been involved are, at first, developing a new trypanoside with a novel mode of action to provide safer and more effective treatments. And this will be addressed in more details by Alex Evans from Gatland. Secondly, we explore vaccine candidates that target invariant antigens as a long-term affordable solutions. We know that vaccine remains the most convenient and affordable way to control animal diseases, but it's very difficult to develop vaccine against parasites. And this work is currently led by the University of Rome. And last but not least, we work in collaboration with FAO on the DILCAT project that Guglielmo presented. This is a work in collaboration with Kentech, Warwick, and CIRAD, and up to really focus on developing monitoring and disease modeling tools that will help guiding interventions with reliable data across the continent. I would like to conclude with a call for action. The journey of bringing a new veterinary product to the field is costly, long, and complex. But even when products reach development, they face very high barrier to entry. Without public-private support, many of these innovations risk never reaching the farmers who need them the most. This is why the engagement of public leadership is so important. And we need this engagement to be multi-sectorial to drive innovation adoptions. So it needs different steps. Regulatory acceleration to guarantee the introduction of safe products while limiting the proliferation of non-authorized ones. It means also public-private partnerships that will share the cost of deployment, registration, and deployment of those products. And third, it has also to be common focus on responsible use and access, making sure products are introduced with proper stewardship, training, farmer education to safeguard their effectiveness. Together, these three pillars create a pathway that allow innovations to move from the lab to the livestock keeper who depend on it. So with that, I would like to really thank you for your attention and wish you a fantastic meeting and a great week. Asante sana and bye-bye.
Thank you, Lina, from Gates Foundation. Now we have arrived at the end of our session. We have put together the scene for our conference of the international organizations that are doing. Now we'll be breaking for lunch, and we should be back here at 3. We'll break at 2 and come back after 1 hour to continue with our sessions. The lunch will be served at the second floor, restaurant Yuba. And before ending, the laboratory of this session has a request for all the presenters.
If possible, all presenters of the session are encouraged to draft a 10-line summary of their presentation and to submit to the Secretariat for the report. Then we will check, hopefully by tomorrow, so we have time on Wednesday and Thursday to compile everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuliano, and we should conclude by a round of applause for all the presenters here. Thank you.
Trend of what people are doing. Yeah. No, I think it's from the people competence here.
There are people who are checking.
Have you taken no paper, no food? No food, no food.
Density is a tool to record your DJ set and master it after. Density connects to DJ decks to record a set. Rather than recording audio, it records the data, every cue, loop, and knob twist. When you are done recording, the set opens in the Density door. You'll be asked to locate the tracks on your computer. Once done, you'll see a recreation of your entire set where you can non-destructively master it for release. Because Density does not record audio, and instead pulls the tracks directly from the computer, the set is delivered in pristine, mastering-grade quality. This is not a recording of a recording that's been run through a dirty mixer. This makes clipping and distortion a thing of the past. Once opened,
if you want make a ginger, give me Kokoro.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Are we ready to start? Good afternoon. Can we start, please? So this afternoon, we are going to listen to presentations from PATEC programs that have been implemented in 5 different countries. And we will have panelists who will present what they have achieved, and if there have been challenges, what solutions they have for those challenges they can share. And then we shall have a discussion after that. These are going to be very, very brief presentations. So the panelists, you should be ready at some point when you are called upon, please. We don't waste time because we are already running. The time is not on our side. We have already lost a lot of time this morning. So our first presentation, and before I call on the first presenter, I think we have heard a lot about elimination of sleeping sickness, different countries, how they have progressed in reaching where we are, including Kenya. We have been validated. And we would like to hear a story about PATEC. Remember, PATEC was about Zeze eradication. And it was a campaign that started some years back. And we would like to hear what progress has been made and what's the way forward. So, Dr. Hassan Mahamat.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Grace. Bon après-midi. J'espère que vous avez bien digéré. Je vais vous un peu stimuler pour que vous puissiez être en forme. I hope you enjoyed your meal and you have digested whatever you ate. And I'm going to slightly make you laugh before we start with the topic. I hope the translators are online. So, you see, PATEC is a story on itself. One thing which was very interesting is that when we got the opportunity from the African Development Bank, many countries were also interested to get this. So I managed to have some conversations with Badea, and then they agreed to fund some country. And the interesting thing is that government agreed. We did some feasibility studies and all those things, and then we came to the appraisal. I visited few countries to say, okay, we came to do the appraisal and we are going to have the funding. Then some ministers start telling me, you know, we are looking for some money, and if the money comes, we have some campaign, so we want to build a bridge between this an island and the mainland. I was shocked because I was making advocacy for some project to kill fly and eliminate also the disease. They are talking to me about using this money to build a bridge. I listened to that person, the ministers, okay. Another minister come to another idea. They say they are staying somewhere on a mountain and they want to make a road. Finally, I went to the Badea. I said, me, I cannot support this project. And finally, Badea didn't give the money because we cannot bring money for a specific issue and people want to use it for campaign and all those things. So sometimes I'm big-headed and I don't listen to the bosses. But anyway, that is something to make you really think that we have a long, long fight to do. And there are many other things which I can make you laugh about it, but this is something which happens every day, now and then. So we are going to talk about PATEC. Où sont les experts de cette? Cherchez.
Vers la machine.
Mais pourquoi ça ne marche pas?
Pourquoi
Il faut être ici.
Non. Vers la machine. Les gens qui portent ça vers.
Okay. Sorry for the Bushman thing, and we are going with the same. So, as you see here, you have something, but you have many things. I put you the picture to really give you the reason why the Patek initiative has been initiated. You have the fly. The red one is the area which is covered by the fly, and the importance of the disease on the right slide on the top. You have the 2 Gambienses, and we have where there is livestock affected by for the trypanosomosis, animal trypanosomosis. And interestingly, the area covered by flies is 60% or maybe more of the arable land in the world. If really we have this land, we can have more livestock, we can develop agriculture, so no reason will be given to you. And it impacts mainly rural communities. By doing that, we in the cities also are impacted because we don't get the cereal we need to eat and we don't have the animal. Life for the agriculturalists is very complicated because they don't have animal traction. The tractors need fuel, and when they go into the lands, our lands, they cannot move. So the drought animal is really the least used in the world. 5% is to 10% are used, whereas in Asia this thing goes up to 70%. And with the few billion people we are going to have very soon, if we don't do something on the CC issue, it's going to be very difficult. So mixed farming is not very common in our continent. And this is one of the reasons really why Patrick wanted to do these things. And then you have what is happening, some pictures. At one stage, the cost yearly losses due to the CC fly is more than 4.5 billion to Africa. I wish if Trump is here, he's going to make sure that the thing will work because we have several billions to get the country going. The impact on development, I'm not going to read it all because you can also see what is there. If you look at Africa, the point is not working. If you look at Africa, there is some issue there. You see the United States, you see India, China, the European Union, all of this continent more or less are served by Africa with our 30 million square kilometers. But some of those continents have less than ours. We depend on them on our food, and sometimes we depend on them of our livestock, the meat we are eating and so on. So this is something very important, and I encourage every one of you to look at this map. So why the Patek initiative was established? There is a decision by our head of state and government to create CC-free areas for food security and poverty alleviation, improvement of human and animal health, and this is already you are talking about One Health, because when you fight the CC fly, you help both animal and human. So we are a little bit in advance compared to some other people who now claim they are the champion of these things. We enhance agriculture and livestock so that productivity will increase in the production as well. Animal traction, I mentioned it before, production and development mixed farming, and we'll have access to the market. The reason why I say that because I had the opportunity to be with the Arab League, and we discussed some issue. If Africa can produce enough livestock, they don't have to bring these animals as far from Brazil, Australia and New Zealand. And they were ready to help us in that respect. This is why they got involved into our program at one stage. So we started with the Millennium Development Goals. Now we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. Many of the pillars are within the Patek program which you had worked on. We have the CADA pillar, then we have the department itself of agriculture, rural development, blue economy and sustainable development, which have program, project and so on. And then we have the African Union Agenda 2063, which if things goes well, we take Africa out of poverty. And LISESA, that is a livestock development program, which is based in Ibar here in Nairobi. With regard to partner, the list is very long. So what do we do for PATEC to survive? Because right now, I'm talking to you, PATEC is there in the papers, but there are no activity which are carried 100% by PATEC. One of the most important things for PATEC was annually organized meeting of country from the African Union and all stakeholders which are really interested to help Africa to fight CC and trypanosomosis. With ISTRC, we are part of the biannual meeting, and those days it was fantastic because people who are not involved in PATEC also come, and we are making big fest and so on. The relevant stakeholder, I may have forgotten some. I'm sorry for that, but there are so many, and that's a short name. You have the UN agency, you know, some of you who are here, Bill Gates and so on, yeah, there. They work directly with us, but they work also in the country which you have PATEC activities. What is very important is that some of this company like Westergaard, Fransen, Sanofi, sometimes they talk to us. How can they help us? How can they help the country? How can they give medicine to the organization and so on? And Westergaard, Fransen has contributed a lot with regard to the traps, the material. They really have helped PATEC and many countries, sometimes at free cost, containers of material to make the trap and target. So we have ILRAD. When I started with ILRI, they also work a lot with us. ICP contributed, and locally here also have CARI, Ketri, and so on. And two institutions which are very important for PATEC and which are helped seriously by the International Energy Atomic Agency. That is the Institut Insectary de Bobo Diallo, so IBD in Burkina Faso, and the other one is the STEP from Ethiopia. They really are very important, and if some country today don't have CC-fly, it is because of their support. They rear the fly, they pack them for them, irradiate it, and they release them in the field. Continuing funding and resource mobilization. That is something is being, the same name came here because in one way or another, this institution helped, some financially, some with manpower, and some technically. But the most important thing is that the African Union has a specific budget for the PATEC initiative. It is part of the system. Those days, and it was based in Addis Ababa at the headquarters so that we can talk to the high up very fast. But some of us have found it really not correct. We should be with IBAR so that with the ISTRC we can have a convergence in the work we are doing. Not every 2 years we meet and we talk and so on. But I think this will happen maybe if we take the right decision after this meeting. So we also had a first in Africa that African country went to a bank and took loan to fight the CC fly and the disease is transmitted. That is the name are here, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, and Mali. The two countries, Burkina Faso and Ethiopia, they have super excellent insectarium, and they are ready to give millions of CC fly which are irradiated to the countries. One thing which was interesting, I mentioned it to you at the beginning, Badea has supported us for practically all our training activity and so on, and they were ready also to give loan to the country. But I got discouraged because the people wanted the loan, but to use the money for another thing, I refused, and I said, I cannot do that. And unfortunately, the bank also said, in that case, they won't give the money. We did the appraisal. It needs only the Minister of Finance to sign, and things went the wrong way. I don't have to tell you which countries and so, but you may imagine. The other issue, as I mentioned, it is done, CC. Why it's not moving? Why is not moving? Technical, okay. So with regard to PATEC, how it works? The main activity for PATEC is really advocacy and awareness creation. If you want to do something and the people don't know about it, you are lost. But if you do and they know about it, they are very happy. with the authorization of my colleague Yaya here, we went to Ghana, and we are supposed to go to the River Volta area of Ghana to discuss with the minister of the region. The minister was not in town, but his secretary general, the permanent secretary of this department, had people who came, some women have some problem, and they came to complain. And Hazar made it that we came there. He says, you came from heaven, because the women, I don't know what to tell them. So I said, what we should do? He said, he want to go with me to meet the women to tell I came and he cannot meet them. So when we went there, they have a musician, traditional, and so and so. So he was busy explaining, this is the man came here for a visit. I am really sorry, cannot see you now, and so and so. And this man is dealing with sese fly and sleeping sickness. Then the musician starts singing, welcome Mr. Sese, sleeping sickness. Can you imagine? Did you get me? So the musician starts singing, he doesn't know my name, but because say we have the mister who is in charge of sese fly and sleeping sickness, and they start saying, welcome to Wa, the town is called Wa, if I remember Yaya, welcome to Wa, Mr. Sleeping Sickness, Mr. Sese Fly, and anyway, that's the thing which we see every day. And then we really do consulting, mediating for the country. We support the member state to develop project proposal and appraise their activity in the field. We do consultancies and encourage the regional animal health center to be engaged in the activity of their member state. Because sometimes they don't have the capacity, they don't have the expertise, so the regional health center can do that in our place. And it has been working in some area. We help them to mobilize the resources, even locally with companies which are based in the country or with some partner. You have seen the name of Seva and Vestergaard and all those things. And we believe that when you have a problem like sese fly, because it is a disease which can be transboundary, you cannot really do the project well in the border with Uganda, and Uganda does nothing. So if the animal enter, they come with the sese fly and they bring the disease. So cross-border is something very important in the fight against sese and trypanosomosis. Last but not least, here is the policy standard have to be set. And we try our best to have some standard which can be used in region and this type of seses in the area. Yes. Is the battery finished or what? Okay. With regard to the in order to finish this, this is one of my dreams, is to see the PATEC initiative and the PATEC initiative and our council here bound for many years to come to see sese and trypanosomosis kicked out of Africa. One of our logos is, you have a ball which has the sese fly and the trypanosomosis, and somebody is kicking it. Sorry, but I have two pictures I wanted to show. Where did they go? Hello. You see, when I talk of advocacy, it's here some people may recognize themselves in Kenya, Zimbabwe, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, I discovered that when one explains to the concerned people the importance of what you are doing for them, believe me, some people are ready to invest in it. And Seva has developed something in Brazil to fight some tick and so and so. It's called Vectochlor and so and so. They gave me some sample, I gave it to some people to try. People want this, but me, I am not a businessman. But I swear that is like one who say, the minister said, put a tax, the pair say, this one is efficient. Any fly which touch the animal will die. And they did it in Brazil, and later they want to try it. We did some trial, and it worked. So it is possible. The community is involved, and they want to do it. So really, my request to you that if we finish the meeting, and if there are some resolution to be taken, it is 100% going to be accepted by the head of state. Because PATEC exists, it is not dead. IBAR can have it as unit, as project, or as program, and you who are sitting here can make things work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan Mohammed, for that presentation. Now you know what African Union is doing in the area of PATEC. I'm Dr. Murila Grace, your moderator for this session. So we are going to have presentations from the countries that Dr. Hassan mentioned, and after that, then we can have some interactions about what is going on and how we can help PATEC achieve those objectives that Hassan has shared. So we have 3 minutes per presenter. Please don't go beyond 3 minutes. And then we want just to hear, there are 2 questions. Question 1 will be responded to by 2 of the panelists, one from Burkina Faso and the one from Cameroon. Can we have the presenters come forward, please? Somali, Maya, La, and Samuel. Burkina Faso and Cameroon. So there is a question for you, and I believe you have interacted with these questions and would be expecting you to share with us what the countries have done. And this question is, from your perspective, from where you are, which innovative financing mechanisms could be explored or reinforced to sustain PATEC activities? What initiatives, innovative? You have, okay. So do I repeat the question? Yes, no, it's okay. You are okay. So can we hear from Burkina Faso? Okay.
Okay, I will do that in French. Yeah. Merci, moi c'est Soumaïla Parabelgem, je suis entomologiste médical et vétérinaire, donc les responsables donc, au niveau Burkina pour la lutte contre les maladies animales à vecteurs. Juste pour vous dire que juste après PATEC, nous on s'était focalisé sur trypanosomose tsetse. Depuis 5 ans, on a compris en fait qu'il faut associer à d'autres maladies vectorielles et on a maintenant créé une direction qui est chargée maintenant donc des maladies animales à vecteurs. Et ce que je veux dire en plus donc de ce que Dr Hassan a dit, c'est un peu donc dans le sens pour répondre à la question, la mobilisation donc des ressources. Je vois en fait 2 angles. Au niveau donc sous-régional ou régional, s'il y a la possibilité, par exemple, pour l'Union africaine, ou même à partir donc des REC, par exemple, CEDEAO, au niveau donc ouest africain, un exemple, d'avoir par exemple donc des fonds de solidarité, parce que comme Hassan l'a dit, c'est une maladie transfrontalière où il faut donc des fonds de solidarité qui permettra donc d'initier donc les actions. En plus donc de ces fonds donc, de solidarité, on l'a vu que l'Union africaine est en train donc de développer une initiative, donc une stratégie donc continentale. Dès lors qu'on aura cette stratégie continentale, certainement, il faut donc les traduire en documents bancables où on pourrait l'utiliser, bien sûr avec les poids socio-économiques qu'il a présentés, mobiliser donc des ressources. Et j'étais avec Hassan, Pamela, à Vienne pour développer donc la thématique, des plans stratégiques donc thématiques donc de l'AIA. Et l'AIA l'a dit, ils sont prêts à soutenir l'initiative PATEC dès qu'ils ont un document bancable. Pour dire qu'ils peuvent appuyer l'Union africaine à mobiliser donc des ressources dès qu'ils ont un document donc bancable qui permettra donc de mobiliser donc des ressources. Donc je dis juste après la stratégie donc, continentale, c'est de développer donc, de traduire en document bancable et à partir de là, ça pourrait être donc un début donc d'initiative pour mobiliser donc les ressources. Je m'arrête là en attendant, peut-être on pourrait juste ajouter juste un mot avant de te donner. En plus donc de cette l'autre vision que je voyais, parce que vous savez quand un animal est en bonne santé, sa productivité augmente. Et donc, lorsque sa productivité augmente, on satisfait les besoins donc, en production animale, et donc, du coup, on n'a pas besoin d'augmenter ou accroître donc, les quantités d'animaux à élever. Donc, du coup, on réduit donc, la pression donc, sur je veux dire, la pression démographique, la pression donc, sur l'environnement, mais aussi on émet moins donc, de gaz à effet de serre. J'imagine par exemple que l'initiative PATEC peut être utilisée comme un modèle innovant qui pourrait être soumis à des initiatives, par exemple, comme dans le cas de crédit carbone ou des systèmes donc, écosystémiques, où certainement ça pourrait mobiliser donc, des fonds pour montrer que l'élevage, lorsque l'animal est en bonne santé, ça permet donc de réduire la pression écologique, mais aussi réduire donc, les émissions à gaz à effet de serre, et ça permettrait donc de faire des entrées d'argent. Parce que je sais qu'aujourd'hui, c'est donc des points sur lesquels les gens se basent aussi pour mobiliser donc, des ressources. Et je pense que l'initiative PATEC aussi peut être présentée sous cet angle pour mobiliser donc, aussi donc, des ressources. Merci bien.
Just before we hear from Cameroon, in terms of what you have achieved since the initiation of PATEC, can you share just in a few words what you have achieved so far?
Ok. Nous, ce qu'on a pu faire au niveau du Burkina, c'était donc d'accompagner l'initiative de l'Union africaine en mettant en place l'insectarium pour produire en masse donc, les mâles stériles et accompagner les pays qui sont prêts à aller vers l'éradication. Et l'exemple que nous avions depuis 2017, nous soutenons donc le projet d'éradication du Sénégal en produisant en masse donc, des mâles stériles, en les envoyant, ils font les lâcher donc, dans la zone des Niayes. Et aujourd'hui, ils n'ont pas déclaré l'éradication dans la zone des Niayes, mais on peut dire que c'est presque éradiqué. On attend donc les documents techniques pour donc, valider cela, mais c'est presque éradiqué donc, dans la zone des Niayes. Ça, c'est la contribution donc, du pays, parce que toutes les ressources pour son fonctionnement, c'est le pays. Donc l'initiative d'avoir cet outil qui accompagne donc, les actions sur le terrain, nous l'avons fait et c'est aujourd'hui disponible. Donc nous sommes capables donc, de produire en quantité en fonction donc, des besoins bien sûr donc, des différents pays. On n'a pas toutes les espèces, mais ça peut donc être domestiqué et en fonction donc, des besoins donc, pouvoir donc, produire. Voici un peu juste l'idée. Et comme je l'ai dit, autre idée que nous avons.
Okay, can we hear from Cameroon?
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Abba Samuel, medical and veterinary entomologist. I'm the head of special mission for tsetse fly eradication in Cameroon. So it's a pleasure to have to respond this question, where is in my mind is very important. So, je vais reprendre en disant que c'est très important pour moi de répondre à cette préoccupation sur le financement de la PATEC avec l'expérience de notre pays. Je voudrais dire, en ce qui concerne le Cameroun, c'est un pays qui a été le seul à pouvoir prendre en charge la lutte contre les moustiquaires depuis les années 1974. Mais avec l'arrivée de la PATEC dans les années 2000-2003, nous avons bénéficié de beaucoup de financements. Nous avons bénéficié des formations et des appuis techniques qui nous ont permis d'améliorer les résultats que nous avons commencés depuis plus de 30 ans. La question de savoir quelles sont les méthodes, quelles sont les nouvelles pistes pour pouvoir refinancer la PATEC reviendrait à dire qu'il serait question de rechercher de nouveaux outils. Mais ces nouveaux outils, la directrice de l'UAIBA nous a dit ce matin que nous avons déjà la stratégie continentale. Et avec la stratégie continentale, nous pourrions découler ces stratégies en programmes et projets. Nous avons à côté de cette stratégie qui serait basée sur le BCP, qui est appuyé par la FAO, nous avons l'élimination de la THA, qui est soutenue par l'OMS. Nous avons l'Agence internationale de l'énergie atomique, qui nous démontre qu'elle est prête à financer. En mettant ensemble ces outils et ces organismes, nous pouvions mieux adresser la question de la trypanosomose africaine. Et mieux l'adresser nous permettrait d'avoir aisément les financements nécessaires. Mais en posant la question de savoir dans notre pays comment ça se passe, je voudrais bien vous dire qu'aujourd'hui, les communautés contribuent de manière subséquente au financement de la lutte contre les maux tétés. Il existe des contributions des éleveurs qui permettent de mettre une caisse et la lutte est vraiment au niveau communautaire. Je vois dans beaucoup d'autres pays, on recherche à comprendre comment ça se passe, mais au Cameroun, depuis 1994, nous sommes avancés dans la lutte communautaire. Et sans oublier les partenariats scientifiques. Nous avons l'exemple du projet Combat qui a pu mettre en exergue près de 21 structures appartenant à 17 pays. Et je crois que ce genre de consommation permet de manière efficiente à financer l'action de lutte. Je voudrais peut-être laisser l'opportunité de répondre aux questions. Merci.
Okay, thank you for your sharing and your contributions. The other question is not that we have time for discussion. The other question is for the next two panelists from Uganda and Senegal. Please, can you come forward? We have Lamine from Senegal and Lawrence from Uganda. Please come forward. It is very interesting to hear that communities are contributing to Zeze control. Are they contributing money or their time in terms of just making sure that whatever approaches you are undertaking, they are able to be sustained? We are talking about also sustainability, especially where it involves the communities. They have seen the benefits and they want to sustain going forward.
Ok, Madame voudrait savoir quelle est la position des éleveurs sur leur contribution au niveau de la lutte. Je voudrais déjà dire que les éleveurs qui sont les premiers bénéficiaires de la lutte ont réussi à mettre en évidence l'apport de la lutte contre les vecteurs sur le développement de leur production. Et à ce titre, on a mis en place des comités d'éradication de mou tété où les éleveurs en faisaient partie. Et de par ce comité, il y a eu des taxes ou alors des contributions qui ont été mises par des éleveurs au niveau des marchés à bétail. Donc quand vous vendez aujourd'hui votre animal dans un marché à bétail en zone traitée, vous avez l'obligation de payer 200 francs et l'acheteur paye 200 francs. Ce qui fait que chaque animal contribue à 400 francs dans un marché à bétail. Si on estime, si on évalue le montant, le nombre d'animaux vendus dans chaque marché, ça fait une enveloppe substantielle qui pourrait naturellement contribuer de manière efficiente à la lutte.
Okay, thank you. From Uganda, where is our panelist from Uganda? Lawrence from Uganda, is he around? Okay, as we wait for Lawrence, the other question is to our colleague from Senegal. In your opinion, how can we create multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary partnerships to drive development and upscaling of integrated, sustainable, and locally owned Zeze and control and elimination solutions? How can we create these partnerships and collaborations, across sectors to be able to sustain?
Ok, merci beaucoup Madame la modératrice. Je m'appelle Lamine Fall, je suis le coordinateur du programme national de lutte contre les mous et les trypanosomoses au Sénégal. Donc je vais essayer de répondre à votre question très rapidement, qui est liée à comment on doit faire pour créer des partenaires multisectoriels et pluridisciplinaires pour la lutte contre la moussagie et la trypanosomose. Bon, à mon sens, le contrôle et l'élimination des moussagie et les trypanosomoses, qui est très complexe et requiert vraiment une approche progressive, séquentielle, holistique, multisectorielle et pluridisciplinaire, donc l'approche One Health. Dans cette optique, la collaboration des ministériels multisectoriels comme l'agriculture, l'élevage, la santé, l'environnement ainsi que des instituts de recherche est essentielle. Si vous prenez par exemple l'expérience du projet de lutte contre les moustiques dans la zone des Niayes, où à l'entame du projet, nous avons mis en place une organisation partagée sous l'égide du ministère de l'Agriculture et de la Souveraineté alimentaire et de l'élevage, en associant étroitement les sectoriels comme le ministère de la Santé, le ministère de l'Environnement, mais également aussi les collectivités territoriales ainsi que les organisations éleveurs. Ils ont tous été conviés en planifiant ensemble les activités et les mises en œuvre ensemble. Donc, pour vous donner un exemple concret, parce que avec le CSE, par exemple, le CSE c'est un centre de suivi écologique qui est sous la tutelle technique du ministère de l'Environnement, qui ont pleinement participé dans la lutte contre les golosines dans la zone des Niayes, en termes de géoréférencement, la cartographie, mais également aussi sur le système d'information géographique. Ensuite aussi dans la zone du Sine Saloum où nous avons démarré les collectes de données préliminaires, nous avons noté une parfaite collaboration des agents du ministère de l'Environnement. D'ailleurs, ils ont même assisté lors des collectes de données préliminaires parce que les spécificités étaient dans la zone du Sine Saloum. La plupart où nous allons intervenir, les sites se trouvent dans des aires marines protégées d'une part, d'autres sites aussi se trouvent dans les parcs nationaux et ça relève de la compétence du ministère de l'Environnement. D'ailleurs, on a noté une forte implication quand on a commencé les collectes de données de base, où nous ont accompagnés tout en veillant au respect réglementaire de l'environnement. Ensuite, autre point qui est positif est qu'ici au Sénégal, il existe une plateforme qu'on appelle One Health qui est logée au niveau du secrétariat général du gouvernement. Et je pense que l'introduction de la trypanosomose animale africaine et de la trypanosomose animale humaine bénéficiera beaucoup la lutte contre la trypanosomose. Et je pense que ça peut aider à lutter contre les moustiques et les trypanosomoses. Merci beaucoup. C'est ce que j'avais à répondre comme exemple ici.
Thank you. Yeah, you brought in some interesting aspects on environment. I think that's a point for discussion later. Can we have Kenya, please, sitting here? Uganda is missing. Kenya, Seth Onyango from Kenya. What priority innovative approaches can be used to enhance or strengthen regional coordination mechanisms for T&T control and elimination? Please just provide the. Oh, I was talking to myself. Nobody made the noise. So we are asking Kenya. Kenya, this is a question to Kenya, and Seth Onyango is the CEO of Patek Kenya. Kentech, okay. What priority innovative approaches can be used to enhance or strengthen regional coordination mechanisms for T&C control and elimination? Just provide the highlights, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Seth Onyango, as you have rightly pointed out, CEO, Kenya Sese and Trypanosimiasis Eradication Council, or Kentech in short. To give it a shot, the question that has been asked, how to strengthen regional coordination mechanism for Tsetse and trypanosomiasis elimination, I'll look at it first of all from the local lens, from national point of view, we know the control activities that have been going on to suppress SESE in Africa dates back over 100 years. But when PATEC came, this gave a renewed push. And when it was initiated in the year 2005, Kenya was one of the countries that were implementing, among the 6 countries that were enumerated. That strengthened coordination of stakeholders towards elimination of trypanosimiasis. These had benefits. Come 2011, when the project ended, there were myriad achievements. And when the project closed down, the government of Kenya established KenTech to sustain the gains which were already realized by PATEC. And that was strengthening local coordination. When you get it right locally, it means that you will not get it wrong regionally. And with that, therefore, what it means is that we should encourage, we should urge member states to establish institutional framework which can support the control and eradication of SESE and trypanosimiasis. That is national. I wish to take it out regionally, the experience that we have had as Kenya in the implementation of PATEC. There were regional committees for Western Africa and for Eastern Africa. The PATEC meetings were being held at regional level alternatingly in a year twice. When it started in East Africa, one of the countries could take it, and all the West African countries were coming. Then the next half of the year, East African countries were meeting in Western Africa so that all of them could share experiences. The achievements of these approaches and techniques were harmonized as per the vision of the African heads of states, so that as Africa we could move in one direction. And I think it led us to the level where we had reached. As I conclude, I would wish to say that looking at the regional economic communities, there is a missing link. They do a lot of work, but we can say that SESE and trypanosimiasis has not been prioritized like other diseases. So we would urge REX, because these are the building blocks that would feed into what African heads of states had visualized, would feed into what African Union is doing towards elimination of the flies and the disease. So on the part of Kenya, we strongly feel that the coordination of African countries towards this initiative should come back in the name of PATEC, at least eventually. As at now, the initiative is still there. It did not end. What it requires is just to be pushed on under whichever framework which is currently being done by AU-IBA. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth, for that contribution. Can we hear from Uganda? Enoch Matovu, Doctor. The question is, the second question, which is on your paper, is, in your opinion, how can we create multisectoral and multidisciplinary partnerships to drive development and upscaling of integrated, sustainable, and locally owned T&T control and elimination solutions?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the best way is learning to talk to each other.
working together in multidisciplinary, multi-sector teams. Of course, this is a good time because many players are talking One Health, working in multi-sector teams to tackle a problem. I remember when I first went into service, we used to first work as a single discipline. Then we went into multi, and people went to traps, others were surveying animals and humans. And then in the end, finally, we have started even talking to social scientists who help us talk to the communities in a language they best understand. So I think the limit, the sky is the limit. We have a lot of light at the end of the tunnel. The African government, this is an opportunity for them to deliberately fund controlling SESE and trypanosimiasis. And where we have reached so far, a lot of work has been done. We have experienced SESE populations going down, and it would be a shame if we let SESE flies re-emerge again in absence of local contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, the panelists. You have heard what the different countries have done and they continue to do, and the way they have approached this problem of eradication of SESE flies. So we are going to open for discussion. Any comments or questions to the panelists from the audience? We are still digesting some lunch. Yes.
Okay.
You have microphones on your desk. Are they working?
Ok. Merci et félicitations aux panélistes. Et je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui ont été dites ici. Moi, ma question, c'est de savoir... Alors, il y a PATEC 1, la première phase qui a été clôturée. S'il faut répartir sur une autre phase, c'est vrai, il y a des choses qui ont marché, mais qu'est-ce qui n'a pas marché et sur lequel il faut mettre l'accent maintenant pour pouvoir réussir cette fois-ci. Ce qui est sûr pour le commentaire, c'est que les trypanos, si on prend les 54 pays ou 55 pays de l'Afrique, dans beaucoup de pays, les trypanos ne sont pas prioritaires. Comment est-ce que pour cette fois-ci, il faut amener les pays à prioriser les trypanosomiasis et la lutte contre les tchétchés? Nous savons que nous, les scientifiques, on a un rôle à jouer, c'est-à-dire comment mettre beaucoup d'évidence pour pouvoir convaincre. Mais c'est jamais facile quand les gens ont déjà des idées un peu arrêtées. Merci.
Thank you for that question. Another one, let's have two more before they respond. I hope you're taking note of the questions.
Thank you very much. Mine will be a very short one. I think the success of the initial PATEC initiative is that it had the political will. What I want to ask the panelists is that, do we still have in our countries that political will? Because it's very critical. Thank you.
One more. One more question before the panelists respond. Political will.
Merci, madame. Je remercie les panélistes pour les informations qui viennent de nous mettre à nos dispositions. Je rejoins un peu les deux panélistes, le Burkina Faso, le Cameroun, et puis il y a un troisième, par rapport à l'approche, la participation communautaire dans les activités de lutte, dans la prise en charge des activités de lutte contre les STC. Bon, dans le cadre du Mali, je me présente d'abord, je suis Modibo Diara, le coordinateur de la cellule de lutte contre les mousses CC et les trypanosimiasis animales au Mali. Donc, nous aussi, on a expérimenté cette approche dans le cadre de la lutte contre les CC. Donc, dans un premier temps, nous avons organisé les communautés. Au niveau de chaque village, de la zone d'intervention, on a mis en place des brigades avec les communautés et puis les collectivités. Donc, on a mis en place une brigade qui est composée de brigadiers. Il y a des femmes, il y a des hommes. Donc, ces éléments-là, nous les formons aux techniques de lutte contre les mousses CC, comment imprégner les pièges et écrans. Et parmi ces communautés aussi, on a eu à former des tailleurs pour la confection des pièges et écrans. Ça, c'était pour préparer les communautés elles-mêmes à faire le travail. Et dans un premier temps, quand on engage les activités dans la zone, nous accompagnons ces brigadiers là sur le terrain, on fait tout le travail ensemble. Donc, ils sont encadrés par les structures de concentrés des services vétérinaires, les chefs de poste, et puis les vétérinaires titulaires de mandat sanitaire qui vivent dans les milieux. Donc déjà, par rapport à la durabilité, ils sont préparés à faire ce travail-là. Donc, par rapport à la prise en charge, nous avons expérimenté, on mettait à la disposition des communautés des produits par rapport au traitement épicutané des animaux. Donc, on a mis à leur disposition une certaine quantité de produits qu'ils utilisaient pour la pulvérisation des animaux, moyennant une petite somme, peut-être 10 francs ou 15 francs par tête. Et ce montant-là est réparti comme suit. Et peut-être 10 francs pour la caisse revolving et 5 francs pour ceux qui font le travail. Ça, c'est un premier élément pour la prise en charge du travail, parce que l'État ne peut pas continuer continuellement à les prendre en charge, parce que chez nous, c'est surtout la suppression, le contrôle, parce que l'éradication, c'est très compliqué. Donc, il va falloir mettre l'accent sur le contrôle. Donc, déjà, ils sont préparés techniquement, et déjà, on les a montré comment générer les ressources pour prendre en charge les activités le jour où l'État ne sera pas là. On ne s'est pas arrêté là. On a approché les collectivités, les mairies, et on a essayé de les sensibiliser par rapport à ce travail. On les a demandé de prendre en compte la lutte contre les mousses CC dans leur programme, qu'on appelle chez nous les PDSEC, les programmations quinquennales. Donc, d'intégrer la lutte antivectorielle dans ces documents. Parce que si c'est accepté dans ce document, les gens ont de fortes chances d'être financés. Donc, voici quelques éléments que nous sommes en train de mettre en place. Bon, on avait déjà commencé, on était bien parti, mais avec les événements, bon, il y a eu un petit break. Mais nous sommes en train de relancer ces activités, et dans le cadre en tout cas, par rapport à la communauté, il y avait un engouement terrible autour de cette affaire-là. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you for your contributions. I will give the panel maybe some 3 minutes to respond to what has been raised, and then we'll be able to close.
Ok, merci bien pour vos questions. Pour ce qui vous concerne, je pense que c'est un complément qui a été fait, et que sans la communauté, il n'y aura pas de lutte, d'autant plus que si on ne pulvérise pas et ne contrôle pas les vecteurs, rien ne va se passer. Donc c'est une obligation qu'on doit lutter contre le vecteur de cette maladie. For what is concerning the issue you raised, it is very clear. The government agreed on the initiative. It is not a project. This is an initiative, a program which is a long term. If people have failed to develop some activities or have strategic plan which are divided into program and project, the government will not give anything if you don't have something to present. So the countries, particularly the technicians who are here, sometimes are at fault. They are expecting the government to give them money for something which has no basis. No African country have said they are out of the PATEC program. This is an initiative. It's taken by a decision of the head of state and government, and up to today, it is valid. The hiccup came when some of us are recalled home and we left the program. We had requested that a coordinator has to be appointed. We had a guy who we selected to take the job while we are away, but for a reason beyond our control, the guy said he could not go at that time to Ethiopia to take the post. So he abandoned the post, and later the administration of the department took somebody as interim, but not much has passed, because really, and consequently, the initiative was there, but no activity has happened. So in 2021, some discussion has been done about it. 2023, some of us were not around and people have been discussing. And around this time, the African Union have decided that PATEC should be included, the initiative should be included with IBAR during a meeting. And I believe after this now, that will be something concrete. And we are really requesting the African Union to have an office which can coordinate those activities for the continent. And the will is there. It is up now to IBAR and the technical people there to make things work. So it is really not something which is abandoned, and the initiative is there. So to the colleague here who is, who mentioned some few questions, what to do. My observation was that from the few countries which are affected by SESA and trypanosomosis, we have a serious problem. You are appointed, like those are the group, the team, because we have a coordinator, monitoring, evaluation, and this is a team of 5 to 7 people who are supposed to constitute the unit or the program. So if I am appointed a minister, and maybe there are some small thing going to this, this one, who is he, I don't know him, who is his village, and so, I can chase all of them and bring other people who have no idea about what is done. And that is something which I saw in some country, and it really has killed the system. So, and some people, sometimes when they get a job which pay better, for job security, they leave the program. So every time we have to start all over again. And this is now the responsibility of the country. When somebody is appointed, he has to have a tenure at least for 2 years, 3 years, and if he's not able, he can be replaced. But if you come as minister and you say, I don't want you, this one, I don't know him, it don't work. This is now our responsibility as country and not state.
Thank
to
you.
clarify this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, there was the issue of political will. Let's hear from Uganda.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to believe that the political will is still there, but it is up to us, the scientists, to keep reminding them, because there are many circumstances. It depends to the extent of that will, depends on circumstances in each of the countries. Circumstances are different. For example, in my country, trypanosomiasis is competing with the tick-borne diseases. Tick-borne diseases are very important, similar to trypanosomiasis. So the minds of the people might be diverted to other diseases than trypanosomiasis. So it is up to us to keep reminding them, to tell them that, okay, this is something you committed yourselves to, so that we keep the fire burning. Thank you.
Just as you are talking on that issue of political will, you know, most politicians who are in positions, who make these decisions on where to put money, they want evidence. And sometimes as scientists, we have this information, we have not even synthesized it, to reach the people that are supposed to make decisions using that information. And we are talking about innovative ways of doing certain things, not the same way and expecting different answers. So let's listen to.
Yes, mine will be to echo further the political will. Yes, countries still have the political will, and I'll go straight to the case of Kenya. The Kenya government has been supporting SESE and trypanosimiasis since the ADB funded project ended in 2011. Now that one is over 10 years down the lane, and that is why Kenya has reached the level where it is in terms of achievements, whereby areas which were no-go areas because of SESE infestation, we can now be able to rear our livestock profitably, especially in the farmlands around the reservoirs, which are the, the game reserves. Because of the suppression of SESE flies, especially in the sleeping sickness endemic areas of Western Kenya, basically the Lake Victoria Basin, the milestone that we are talking about, eliminating sleeping sickness as a public health problem, has now been achieved. That is because of the control of the flies and because of the support of the government of Kenya.
Can we hear, but please make it brief so that we close.
Okay, thank you, Madame the Moderator, to give me the floor once. Je voudrais partager la petite expérience. Il y a un aspect que nous semblons de temps en temps ignorer. Pour ce qui est du Cameroun, la trypanosomose humaine africaine date des années 1930 avec le passage du docteur Jameau et bien d'autres activités. Mais le gouvernement a décidé de mettre en place une structure de lutte contre les mous tétés quand on voudrait arrêter les importations de viande. Donc c'était une question d'alimentation, c'était une question économique qui a poussé le gouvernement à mettre en place la mission spéciale d'éradication des glucides. Et quand on rentre dans le fil de l'histoire, le programme national de lutte contre la THA n'a vu le jour que plus tard, dans les années 1990. Donc, si nous nous attelons à nos diverses compétences, entomologie, biologiste, vétérinaire et so on, nous passons à côté du sujet. Nous luttons contre la moue tétée pour résoudre une question économique d'abord. Et là, je crois que le challenge est en train d'être levé parce que nous sommes passés d'un pays qui importait de la viande à un pays qui exporte du bétail. Ça résout un problème économique. Maintenant, dans le cadre de la santé, c'est en ce moment où nous pensons sur le plan social. C'est dit que dans nos engagements de lutte contre la trypanosomose, nous devions mettre en exergue l'aspect socio et économique. Ça, c'est la petite contribution que je voudrais apporter.
Okay. Thank you so much, panelists. I think you have enjoyed the sessions. And what comes out from these discussions is that, involvement of communities, different sectors, which are related to ZESA control, including the environment. Remember, the issue of climate change is real. Yeah, the issue of climate change is real and we cannot take it for granted. So we need to think about all these things as we are looking for those innovative solutions. What are these innovative solutions? So we have to bring all sectors that are responsible on board and have a discussion on the way forward. I think we will end there. And if you have anything to these panelists, I think look for them somewhere where they are sitting. Thank you. God bless.
Hello. Good afternoon. I want to take direction from the organizers. But I will want to suggest we have some small health break, maybe just getting up to stretch before we start this session. It looks like it will be too tiring to continue. I just want us to stand up and stretch, and then we sit back. Up. Stretch up. You can hop up and down. You want a song to go with it? Cheche Kule. If I say Cheche Kule, you say Cheche Kofisa. Cheche Kule. Kofisa Langa. Kum Alele. Oh, you know the song. Cheche Kule. Cheche Kofisa. Langa Shilanga. Tum Alele. Yes, that's good. That's enough. I will want to be, can I call for the rapporteur for this session? Mr. Percoma, Dr. Percoma, join me here. You want to move them out? Okay, okay, okay. So, the theme for this session, okay, in the first place, let me introduce myself. Yahya Adam is my name. I'm a veteran SESE control officer, but have retired, but not expired. I'm still active. Now, the theme for this session, we all know, is Pan-African SESE and Trypanosimiasis Eradication Campaign, PATEC initiatives and country reports. This session that just passed, in my opinion, should have come after the country presentations. It's like it's a double activity, because whatever discussion they are having is from experiences from the countries. And what we are going to do now is to receive presentations from various countries that could have added some flesh to the discussion. Now, I should be giving a background information about PATEC, but you know, before Dr. Hassan, after his presentation, I think I have no locus giving you the background information about PATEC, because he was just the immediate second pass coordinator for PATEC. But then we all know that the PATEC initiative was to bring about regional collaboration, control of animal trypanosimiasis across common borders. You know, because we know that it's the African, trypanosimiasis disease is a transboundary disease. So you cannot be doing the control within individual countries. We need to collaborate and control the fly across common borders. This took place when 6 countries took the initiative, as we have been told. But then, after this first phase of the project stalled. So countries have gone back to the pre-PATEC era control of SESE and trypanosimosis. And for that matter, as we are here today, we want to take stock of whatever activity is going on in the individual countries. So I will straight away want to call out the rules of this afternoon's session. We will have 10 minutes presentation from each country representative. We have 12 oral submissions We are yet to know how many visual presentations will be made. If I get this from the organizers, we'll know how to slot in these visual presentations. Now, for questions and answers, I would want to suggest that we receive 4 presentations. We discuss that and then continue with the next batch of 4 presentations. Another option will be to receive all presentations, and at the end of it all, we discuss. Which one do you suggest? This is my suggestion. Should we go by 4 presentations, take questions and answers, and then continue with another batch of 4 presentations? Yes? Which way should we go? We should finish everything. Okay, I'm going to ask the rapporteur to be the timekeeper. Make sure that each presentation will last not more than 10 minutes. But if you can do it under 10 minutes, all well and good. To start with, I will invite Dr. Joachim Joseph Ajakaye from Nigeria to give us a country report on SESE and trypanosimiasis research and control activities in Nigeria. Can you take this?
Good afternoon. By providence, I have been elected to be the tailbracer for this session of a country report. So I want to say to our host, thank you very much. So my name is Joachim Ajakaye, the DG and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Institute for Trypanosimiasis Research. This is the institute that is solely mandated in Nigeria to work on both the research aspect and to use necessary tools on trypanosimiasis and SESE fly research and control. Yeah. This one. Yes, the current SESE and trypanosimiasis situation. In Nigeria, the areas majorly infested in Nigeria, it's about 911,000 square kilometers. That is almost covering about 85% of the land mass. But in this case, we have zones of reclit area that I would say, where interactions between parasites, vectors, hosts, and environment offer suitable habitats and conditions for transmission to occur. And the areas that are under control and elimination activities that we can say now, it's about approximately 156, which is just about 1/6 of the total area. And these states are majorly, this is not majorly seen in the northeastern zonal region. Then there is the cross-border transmission, which covers approximately 2,000 square kilometers along the borders of Nigeria, Niger, with about 7 borders communities from both countries, which, where there is transborder trade and transhumance. This is one of the reasons for the establishment of the Nigeria-Niger Joint Commission for Collaboration, which is currently at the comatose. In addition, there is influx of TNT from neighboring countries like Chad, Cameroon, and the Republic of Benin. Now, majorly, we have the 6 geopolitical zones. And coincidentally, this happens to be almost the same thing as the geoecological zones. So we have generally the 6 geopolitical zones. And I'm going to talk with relation to the control within these geopolitical zones. In 2023, the Northeast geopolitical zone, particularly in Gombe State, there were entomological survey, which is that there were no Glossina species seen. But the trypanosimiasis team saw about 13 to 14 trypanosome parasites that were detected majorly in cattle and one in camel. These we can only is giving a pointer to possibly the existence of mechanical transmission. Then there was Sese suppression activities in the Yakari Reserve, game reserve area, where we can see significantly that the apparent density of flies from 2.5 to 3.1 fly per day has reduced drastically. Then in the southeastern political region, we have in Enugu State 2 Sese flies and 84 biting flies were caught, while 208 human blood samples were collected and analyzed using RDT. Still, in the North Central Geopolitical Zone in Nasarawa State, 748 people were screened and 215 cattle were screened respectively, while only 7 Sese flies were caught. Majorly 6 of the Glossina papalis were seen and 1 Glossina caliginosa. Socioeconomically, there were socioeconomic activity in Kogi, Kwara State, which forms both the North Central and the Southwestern region. In 2024, in the North Central Geopolitical Zone in Plateau State, particularly during the entomological survey, 40 Sese flies were caught. 2 of the flies were majorly Glossina papalis. In the South-South Geopolitical Zone, this zone is a zone that is noted for both AAT but also HAT. Activities in Cross River showed 73 Sese flies which were caught with high catches at the Kwa and Egene region. Those are high focal and endemic area. The female flies among these 73 were 52, while the males were 21, a pointer that there could be more Sese infestation in the area in the near future. In the Northwest Geopolitical Zone, HAT were screened. That is where the headquarters is located. That's in Kaduna, particularly in the Kagarko local government area. Out of the 360 samples that were screened for HAT, 14 of them showed positive for TB gambiensis, Brucei gambiensis, using the rapid diagnostic test. We'll talk about more about this rapid diagnostic test. Then socioeconomically, research sensitization and awareness with respect to TNT were also carried out to prepare the mind of the communities and the states where such are happening to be able to work on it. In 2025, we are awaiting the release of budgetary allocation. Nevertheless, we've been able to do contractual consultancy, majorly in the Southeast region and in the North Central region, to prepare the mind of the people and the local area where we have the predominance or prevalence of Sese and trypanosimiasis. Collaboration and partnership. In 2023, we participated at the 36th ISC in Mombasa here. In 2024, we collaborated with, and we are still collaborating with LPRES. LPRES is a livestock productivity resilience project. It's a world-assisted project. They have helped us very much in 2024 in the purchase of equipment for Sese mass rearing facilities. And in 2025, in partnership with IEA and FAO, we attended the 3-day sensitization training through the combat program at Mombasa, Kenya. This was an offshoot that eventually took us to the same time in just 2 months after, in 2025, and in partnership with IAEA, and FAO, spearheaded majorly by Chantel, De Beer, and our big brother here, Mr. Sechi Guliano, where we had a 5-day training on the making of atlases for SESE and African animal trypanosimiasis. In 2025, we are now participating at the 37th ISC TRC. In 2024/2025, we are collaborating with Aceligen. It's a center for genomic research that is domiciled at the Nigerian Biotechnology Research and Development Agency in Abuja for gene editing to test for resistance against trypanosomiasis. Just before coming to this place, we had an online meeting where we met with all the stakeholders in preparation for the takeoff of the program. In 2025, in partnership with IAEA and FAO, through the window of Bill Gates funded DIMCAT to undergo a week-long training at NITA Kaduna, where our brother Sechi Guliano will be coming to come and train our people for capacity building in the making of atlases for both SESE and animal African trypanosomiasis. It is noteworthy to state here that there's cross-border regional activities. In 2023, NITA held a meeting with the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation for the resuscitation of the NN, which was the one I just said, that is Nigeria-Niger Joint Cooperation for Commission. Challenges and how they are resolved. We have field teams encounter strict entry protocol majorly into game reserves and national parks. This has limited, because we have limited community cooperation, but we are going round about this through sensitization and advocacy program. Then the shortage of field vehicles and lack of vehicle cabins, which opposed majorly our samples and reagents to sunlight and dust, thereby giving sometimes false positive results. We have shortage of personnel that is limited to capacity to follow up on all activities simultaneously. Then there is the issue of insecurity as a result of armed banditry. This is beyond us, but the government of the day is trying its possible best to see how these can be resolved. This has made it in such a way that generally, you know that SESE and trypanosomiasis, they are not seen in the city. They are seen majorly in the rural regions. And that is where these bandits, they majorly dwell. Then there is insufficient funding and non-timeous release of appropriated funds. Poor stakeholder engagement, inadequate scale capacity, unavailability of who approved diagnostic, because we are supposed to use CATs, but you saw that we used RDT. And to get these CAT kits has been very, very difficult. And then there is this lengthy protocols and regime in confirming human cases. Finally, lack of coordinated data collection and collection towards the formation of both T and AAT repository and database in order to facilitate informed program. Now, way forward, we want to pursue aggressively collaboration with CSAS agencies, both nationally like NAE, NAEC, NASDA, and internationally with ICP, GALMED, IRI, IAE, and FAO. We want to continue the training on data collection and collation. We want to partner with mass rearing facilities like Kaliti, Ethiopia, and Bobo Dilasso on one hand, and NAE, NNRA on the other, and seek for external funding through grant writing and research networking. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Okay, a round of applause for Dr. Jackie. Yeah, you've made 2 extra minutes. Next time we will not accept that for the next speaker. But we have to give him a round of applause once again. He did very well. Thanks. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Somaila Pagablinu. He is going to speak on SESE-fly and trypanosomiasis control activities in Burkina Faso. Doctor, you are on floor.
Merci bien. My slides are in English, but I will talk on French. Bon, avant que ça n'arrive, vous savez, un rappel, comme on l'a dit ici, le Burkina Faso, c'est pas venu, mais j'ai commencé à expliquer, faisait partie donc des 6 pays qui ont mis en place donc la première phase donc des PATEC. Donc, pour vous montrer un peu que si Ici, juste pour vous montrer un peu la situation donc, de MourCC, donc de la trypanosomose au Burkina. Là, c'est la carte du Burkina. Et là, vous voyez en fait la limite nord donc, des glossines. Hein. En rouge, c'est la limite nord donc, des glossines, qui montre qu'autour donc, de 50% donc, de la superficie du Burkina Faso est infestée de MourCC. Et donc, ça c'est à gauche. Quand vous regardez à droite, c'est un peu la répartition donc, de la maladie. C'est visible que quand vous regardez donc, dans la zone donc, des glossines, c'est tout rouge, pour montrer que la maladie y est. Mais quand vous regardez donc, du côté nord en haut, il n'y a pas donc les glossines, mais la maladie y est. C'est lié donc au système d'élevage. Les animaux bougent, la transhumance, qui viennent donc vers les zones de la glossine, qui se font contaminer et qui repartent donc au nord donc avec les parasites. Et au nord, nous avons donc les vecteurs mécaniques qui sont là, qui assurent donc la transmission dès lors que les animaux sont infestés et reviennent donc dans les zones de départ. Ici, c'est pour dire un peu, comme je l'ai dit, pendant PATEC, vous voyez un peu la zone infestée. Tout ce qui est coloré, c'est les zones infestées donc, de MourCC. Et le projet PATEC a pris juste la partie colorée donc, en violet, qui correspond à autour donc, de 40 000 km². Et dans cette partie, donc, entre 2006 et 2013, le projet PATEC a pu réduire donc, les densités donc, de glossines jusqu'à 95%, mais aussi réduire donc, la pression donc, de la maladie de 90%. Et en plus, comme on l'a déjà dit, il y a eu aussi donc, la construction donc, de l'insectarium qui permet donc, de produire donc, des mâles stériles pour assurer ou accompagner les différents pays qui aimeraient faire donc, le lâcher des mâles stériles. Et donc, pendant le projet PATEC, pendant le projet Combat, nous avons donc pu évaluer une partie. Ce n'est pas toute la zone, parce qu'avec l'insécurité, il y a certaines zones où nous n'avions pas accès. Les zones où nous avons pu avoir accès et contrôler donc, la densité donc, des mouches, on a trouvé que la densité était faible, malgré que le projet s'est arrêté il y a 10 ans de cela, en 2013. Et donc, on a trouvé qu'en 2023, que la densité restait toujours faible au niveau donc, des mouches. Mais nécessite quand même qu'il y ait donc, des actions continues pour assurer la réduction jusqu'à un certain niveau où ce n'est plus un problème de santé vétérinaire. Et donc, ce qui est fait pendant les 2 dernières années, comme on l'a dit, puisque nous avons les cétariums, et nous avons donc le projet Sénégal qui nous sollicite, donc nous assurons donc la production en masse et l'envoi de mâles stériles pour donc accompagner le projet Sénégal dans l'éradication. Et nous sommes aussi, depuis 2021, l'insectarium est un centre collaborateur donc de l'AIA, et là, ça vient de finir donc en septembre, le 12 septembre passé, donc nous avons resoumis encore pour donc renouveler donc cette collaboration avec l'AIA. Et comme Adli l'a dit de l'AIA, cette semaine, c'est la conférence générale de l'AIA, et d'ici la fin de la semaine, nous aurons quand même une suite par rapport donc à cette soumission, et nous espérons être encore centre collaborateur donc de l'AIA pour les 5 années donc à venir. Pendant ces 2 ans, nous avons aussi, à partir donc du projet Combat, les données que nous avons collectées, non seulement entomologiques et parasitologiques, nous avons donc fait une mise à jour donc, de notre donc, base de données, et nous sommes en train donc, de faire donc, un document donc, de mise à jour donc, de l'Atlas, qui va donc être présenté donc par mon collègue Dr Percoma. Et ce que nous avons fait aussi, c'est essayer donc de développer à partir donc de l'outil développé par donc la FAO, le PCP. Nous sommes en train donc de faire donc de la cartographie donc PCP au niveau donc du Burkina. Et ces données sont disponibles et c'est présenté sous format donc poster donc dehors. En plus donc de cela, nous avons pu développer donc en 2024 une stratégie donc nationale de lutte, parce qu'il fallait donc intégrer d'autres maladies pour faciliter donc l'acquisition donc des financements. Et donc ça a été développé et validé. Et donc comme on a déjà une stratégie nationale, il fallait donc l'implémenter. Et déjà donc en 2025, nous avons commencé donc cette implémentation. Non seulement donc à partir donc de la mobilisation donc des ressources, on a pu développer donc en fin d'année 2024 2 projets. C'est des projets qu'on a développés et soumis donc à des recherches de financement. Le premier à l'AIA, sur la base donc de leur financement donc extra, un budget extra donc de l'AIA. On n'a pas les retours pour l'instant. Et le deuxième projet donc c'est un TCP qui a été soumis donc à la FAO au niveau national et on n'a pas toujours donc des retours. On attend, on espère que ça peut donc, si ça marche, ça nous aiderait donc à faire donc l'implémentation de notre stratégie. Mais comme on l'a dit, les pays, les gouvernements quand même mettent une certaine enveloppe donc pour donc, les activités donc, de la trypanosomose. Et pour le budget donc, du gouvernement cette année, on a décidé au regard donc, de l'enveloppe. Vous voyez tout ce qui est donc en orange en bas, c'est donc une des provinces qui est la province donc, de l'Iraba. Donc nous avons commencé donc, à implémenter donc, la stratégie donc, dans cette province-là pour voir comment ça va marcher, s'il y a donc des ajustements à faire, afin donc qu'on puisse évoluer donc dans les autres provinces, donc avec donc les différents financements certainement qu'on pourrait donc avoir, mais aussi bien sûr, on est en train donc de faire les plaidoyers au niveau du gouvernement pour avoir donc plus donc de financement. Et vous voyez, il y a une autre province au milieu là, c'est la capitale, parce que le pays est dans l'initiative maintenant donc de la souveraineté alimentaire, donc ils ont mis en place donc une société d'État pour améliorer, pour donc intensifier la production donc de lait et sa transformation. Donc on a donc des fermes qui sont sélectionnées, des productions donc laitières, qui sont sélectionnées pour accompagner cette société. Et donc nous sommes donc appelés à accompagner donc ces fermes-là pour les questions donc de santé. Voilà, donc qui veut dire qu'on a mené donc quelques activités donc dans ces fermes également. Et donc dans la province donc de la Liraba, dans la carte en bas, vous voyez, cette année on a déjà pu faire donc deux études au niveau sur le terrain, entomologique et parasitologique, pour avoir une idée donc de la situation donc de base, qui montre par exemple que pour les cas donc des vecteurs, la densité semble être faible. Une seule espèce, Glossina palpalis gambiensis, avec une densité donc de autour de 1 glossine par pièce et par jour. Mais quand on regarde au niveau parasitologique, en bificote, on a observé qu'en mars, on était autour donc de 10 animaux infestés pour 100 animaux prélevés. Donc en juin, on est descendu donc autour donc de 3-5 pour dire que quand même la maladie est là, même si au niveau d'un vecteur, on n'a pas pu avoir une densité très forte, la maladie y est et des actions doivent être menées. Et à côté, dans la stratégie, nous avons mis en place donc une nouvelle façon donc de lutter, qui est ici donc c'est du faire-faire. Et donc les services vétérinaires que nous avons donc au niveau donc déconcentré, on a déjà donc formé ces agents qui doivent assurer donc le volet surveillance sur le terrain. Et à côté, on a fait donc la sensibilisation donc des éleveurs eux-mêmes. L'État va acquérir donc les équipements de lutte, les écrans, les pièges et donc les insecticides. Et c'est les éleveurs eux-mêmes qui sont chargés donc de leur déploiement donc sur le terrain. Donc ils ont été sensibilisés. Il va rester donc les techniciens que nous avons formés, eux à leur tour vont former donc ces bénéficiaires, ces éleveurs-là, qui seront chargés donc du développement, du déploiement donc des écrans sur le terrain. Et donc, au niveau donc, des fermes, donc, je disais donc ici, les fermes laitières, on a fait donc l'évaluation donc, de la maladie, notamment donc, pour les vecteurs, mais aussi donc, de la maladie de la trypano. On a constaté qu'il y avait moins donc, de vecteurs, notamment donc, glossine et puis donc, vecteurs mécaniques, mais quand même la maladie, on a trouvé autour donc, de 2% comme prévalence. Ce n'est pas négligeable, qui veut dire qu'on a donné quand même des orientations à ces fermiers, donc des actions à mener, donc des orientations qu'on a faites et qui vont donc être faites avec l'appui de l'État. Autre chose que nous avons fait pendant ces 2 années, c'est accompagner le ministère donc de la Santé. Bon, au Burkina, depuis 2015, notre dernier cas donc, de trypanosomose humaine, c'était en 2015. Bon, bizarrement, d'autres pays, il y a toujours des cas qui ont pu quand même déclarer l'élimination. Certainement, on n'a pas pris donc les mesures, mais le pays a pris les mesures quand même pour donc déclarer l'élimination. Donc, on a soutenu le ministère donc de la Santé pour développer ces documents à soumettre à l'OMS. Mais ce qui est intéressant est que parallèlement, pour la déclaration de l'élimination, les pays doivent soumettre aussi pour déclarer donc l'arrêt donc de la transmission. Puisque ça fait 10 ans qu'on n'a pas de cas. Et donc, ces 2 documents ont été développés avec notre appui. Et donc, c'est en cours de finalisation pour être soumis donc au niveau donc de l'OMS. Et donc, comme partenaire, on a, comme je l'ai déjà dit, on a quand même l'accompagnement de l'AIA à travers donc, les projets nationaux et régionaux pour donc, tout ce qui est renforcement des capacités et les équipements. Le projet Combat qui nous a aidé pour la collecte des données sur le terrain. Hein. La FAO qui nous accompagne au niveau technique pour le développement donc, du PCP et de l'Atlas. Les CERDES qui nous accompagnent techniquement donc, sur le terrain, mais aussi donc, pour l'évaluation de l'impact socio-économique de la maladie sur le terrain. Hein, il y a les services techniques déconcentrés qui nous accompagnent donc pour la collecte des données entomologiques et parasitologiques et les bénéficiaires qui sont les éleveurs qui sont chargés donc du déploiement donc des écrans imprégnés d'insecticides. Au niveau donc régional comme activité, c'est ici, comme je l'ai dit, le soutien donc du projet Sénégal pour l'éradication, mais aussi donc nous sommes impliqués dans les projets donc régionaux donc de l'AIA pour les questions donc de renforcement des capacités et donc des ressources humaines. Pour donc ce qui est comme contrainte, principalement la première contrainte c'est l'insécurité, c'est nous. Et donc ce qu'on a fait comme pour s'adapter à cette insécurité, hein, on a adapté nos protocoles sur le terrain et les dispositifs donc sur le terrain également, parce qu'il y a des zones où nous ne pouvons pas aller nous-mêmes. Et donc ce qu'on a fait, les agents qui sont sur ces terrains, sur ces zones d'insécurité, ils ont été formés, réunis donc dans la capitale, formés, et ils ont été outillés avec donc des équipements. À leur tour, ils sont chargés donc de collecter les données et de nous les envoyer pour donc les analyser, la capitalisation. Et donc, parallèlement, on a donc formé donc les bénéficiaires qui sont chargés aussi donc du déploiement donc des écrans sur le terrain. Il y a aussi donc les insuffisances donc financières, et comme tout le monde l'a dit, mais nous ici, on a fait les plaidoyers au niveau de l'État, qui a quand même pu augmenter l'enveloppe cette année. On espère que ça pourrait donc être augmenté par la suite. Et donc, ce qui est planifié donc pour les activités les 2 années à venir, c'est toujours continuer. Donc, comme vous voyez les tableaux ici, on a commencé donc en 2025 dans 2 provinces. Donc, les 2 années à venir, c'est de continuer donc dans ces 2 provinces pour les actions donc de lutte. Mais aussi, on compte, avec les 2 projets qu'on a développés, avoir donc des financements pour élargir donc avec 2 autres provinces que j'ai mis ici, donc Kérédougou et Oulewé, pour élargir donc nos actions donc sur le terrain. Ce qui est prévu donc pour les 2 années donc à venir. Voilà, merci bien pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soumaïla. A round of applause once again. Now, our next presenter is going to be Dr. Lamini Fall. He will be talking on country report, Fly and trypanosimiasis control in Senegal. Dr. Lamini, you're on floor.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Je m'appelle Lamine Fall, je suis le coordonnateur du projet national de lutte contre les gauchines au Sénégal. Voilà. Donc je vais vous...
10 minutes, pas plus. 10 minutes.
It's remind you that you have just 10 minutes.
D'accord. Donc je vais vous présenter le rapport pays intitulé Lutte contre la mousette et les trypanosimiasis au Sénégal. Donc, comme vous le savez, au Sénégal, la santé animale et la santé publique est gérée par le ministère de l'Agriculture, de la souveraineté alimentaire et de l'élevage à travers la direction des services vétérinaires. Donc, comme on l'a discuté tout à l'heure, il y avait, à partir des années 2000, il y avait l'événement de la PATEC. La PATEC, c'est la campagne panafricaine pour l'éradication des mousettes qui a vu le jour parce que les chefs d'État africains ont fait une résolution au niveau continental pour éradiquer la mousette. Donc, dans cette dynamique et pour répondre à l'initiative de la PATEC, le gouvernement du Sénégal a pu mettre en place le programme national de lutte contre les mousettes et les trypanosimiasis par un arrêté ministériel en 2006. Ce programme est piloté par la direction des services vétérinaires en collaboration avec le laboratoire national de recherche vétérinaire. Donc, l'objectif général de ce programme, c'est de contribuer à la lutte contre la pauvreté par le développement d'un élevage intégré permettant d'augmenter les revenus des populations locales, mais également préserver la santé des populations dans les zones concernées. Et de manière spécifique, l'objectif c'est d'abord d'éliminer le vecteur biologique qui est la mousette, d'éliminer la trypanosimiasis pour pouvoir développer l'élevage. Développer l'élevage, cela veut dire introduire des vaches qui ont un potentiel laitier beaucoup plus élevé pour pouvoir avoir plus de lait, parce que le gouvernement du Sénégal avait décidé de porter des vaches pour booster la production laitière. Donc, il y a eu des travaux qui ont été faits antérieurs et ils ont montré qu'il y a 3 grandes zones qui ont été infestées, environ 61 000 km². Et chaque zone est rattachée à une aire géographique différente. La première zone, c'est la zone des Niayes, qui fait 1000 km² de surface infestée, dont l'éradication est en cours de finalisation. La deuxième zone, c'est la zone de Sine-Saloum, qui fait 5000 km² de surface infestée, mais cette zone, il y a une poste qui est continue avec la Gambie, d'un long de 5000 km², ce qui ramène la zone d'intervention à 5000 km². Ensuite, la troisième zone, c'est la zone de la Casamance, qui est la plus grande zone infestée, qui fait 50 000 km² de surface. Et cette zone est frontalière avec les pays comme la Gambie, le Mali, la Guinée-Bissau et la Guinée-Conakry. Donc, le programme national de lutte contre les mousettes a démarré dans les zones des Niayes comme phase pilote, qui a débuté en 2010. Et le projet a été mis en œuvre selon les principes de la lutte intégrée contre les ravageurs à l'échelle zonale. C'est le Area Wide Integrated Pest Management. Et pour le Area Wide Integrated Pest Management, donc on avait utilisé des techniques conventionnelles de lutte antivectorielle d'abord pour diminuer la population des gauchines. En quoi faisant? En déployant des pièces imprégnées de deltamétrine, mais également aussi d'utiliser la pulvérisation aérienne au sol. Et ici, on a traité le bétail et la pulvérisation aussi a été faite dans les zones à risque Mais également, une fois que la population des glycines a été diminuée de 99%, on a lancé la dernière composante qui est la SIT, ça veut dire la léchée des mâles stériles. Donc sur ce, voici la zone des Niayes. La zone des Niayes a été subdivisée en 3 blocs. Et cette subdivision a été faite de manière réfléchie parce que quand on a fait des enquêtes de base, on a constaté que le bloc 1, c'était le bloc qui était moyennement infesté, le bloc 2, c'était le bloc faiblement infesté, et le bloc 3 qui est le bloc qui est fortement infesté. Donc on a commencé la lutte avec ce qui est beaucoup plus facile, c'est le bloc 1 où la densité était très faible. Donc le fait de traiter en premier le bloc à faible densité, c'est une stratégie qui a été choisie, qui permet de maîtriser la lutte et les actions de lutte dans un contexte beaucoup plus simple, mais également aussi permet de mieux maîtriser les outils de lutte dans un contexte beaucoup plus simple, ce qui a permis ensuite d'optimiser les efficacités de lutte dans des zones à forte densité. Donc quand on a terminé les blocs 1 et 2 et 3, c'est ensuite qu'on a attaqué la lutte contre le bloc 3 qui est considéré comme beaucoup plus infesté. Donc pour les activités qui ont été réalisées durant les 3 dernières années, 2023 et 2025, nous avons contrôlé la population des résidus de Mouzerje. Nous avons pu mettre des enquêtes entomologiques, suivi des enquêtes parasitologiques, mais également aussi on a fait des enquêtes environnementales pour les suivis bioindicateurs. Et, les activités qui ont été menées au courant des 2 dernières années, 2023 et 2024, on a déployé des pièges parce qu'on avait capturé quelques mousses sauvages en 2023 et les actions qui ont été prises, c'est le déploiement des pièces écrans, des pièces de suppression, mais également aussi on a fait la pulvérisation dans les zones où on a considéré très infestées. Par exemple, si vous regardez les figures de gauche à droite, montrent les actions qui ont été prises pour prendre des mesures d'urgence. Comme par exemple, la figure à droite, aussi en 2024, où on avait détecté 2 mousses sauvages. Les actions qui ont été prises, c'est déployer de 78 nouveaux pièges de surveillance et si augmenter 56 pièces d'écran dans les zones où on a détecté des mousses. Mais également aussi, on a fait la pulvérisation. C'est le trait rouge que vous voyez. C'est le cordon où on a fait la pulvérisation au long du cordon. Ensuite aussi, en 2023, nous avons fait ce qu'on appelle la pulvérisation au sol. Ensuite, on a élagué aussi les zones qu'on a jugées favorables pour les glycines. Et les lâchers des mâles stériles aussi, ça a été fait en 2023 et 2024, vu que nous utilisons la SIT. Et au total, il y a environ 180 mâles stériles qui ont été lâchés entre 2023 et 2024. Et ce qui rapporte le nombre à plus de 10 millions de mousses qui ont été lâchées de 2011 à 2023. Et si vous regardez, il y a 7 millions de lâchers aériens qui ont été faits et 3 millions de lâchers au sol. Pour les lâchers aériens, on a utilisé le gyrocoptère qui nous a aidé pour faire les lâchers aériens. Mais pour les lâchers au sol, on a utilisé des boîtes biodégradables, lâchers comme ça. Et pour les enquêtes entomologiques, comme vous le savez, l'objectif c'est d'évaluer les actions de lutte sur les populations de mousses ZZ. Et sur ce, plusieurs pièces ont été déployées. Il y a des pièces qui sont suivies tous les 15 jours et il y a d'autres pièces qui sont suivies chaque mois, c'est des pièces à glycérol. Donc en 2023, nous avons déployé 257 pièces, dont 162 qui sont suivies tous les 15 jours et 95 pièces tous les mois. De 2024 également aussi, on a fait pareil. Il y a 243 pièces qui ont été déployées, qui sont suivies 15 jours et 21 mois pour les pièces à glycérol. Également aussi, d'après les actions de lutte qu'on a fait dans les différentes blocs, voici les résultats qu'on a pu obtenir. Par exemple, si vous prenez le bloc 1 de Kayar, ça fait plus de 13 ans qu'on n'a pas capturé de mousses sauvages. Les dernières mousses qu'on a capturées, c'était en 2012. Ensuite, le bloc 2 qui comporte les villes comme Sangalkam, Pout, Kayar. Les dernières mousses qu'on a capturées, c'était en février 2024. De même que le bloc 3, où les dernières mousses qu'on a capturées, c'était en mars 2024. Ensuite, nous réalisons les enquêtes parasitologiques chaque année pour déterminer les actions de lutte sur les populations de mousses ZZ, mais également aussi sur les maladies qu'ils transmettent. Et les résultats ont montré qu'en 2023, il n'y a qu'un seul échantillon qui est positif. Mais également aussi, les techniques qu'on a utilisées, c'est le PIFICOT, mais le PCR et également la sérologie. Donc en 2023 et 2024, les faibles taux de prévalence observés montrent qu'il y a une cessation de la transmission biologique de la maladie dans ces zones. Et ces résultats confirment vraiment l'impact du positif sur les actions de lutte dans la zone des Niayes. Ensuite aussi, on fait ce qu'on appelle le suivi environnemental. Parce que chaque année, nous réalisons des suivis environnementaux. Donc on répertorie les insectes bioindicateurs, mangeurs de fruits. Et ces enquêtes ont été réalisées sur 5 sites. Donc 4 dans la zone d'intervention du projet. Et un site qui est à l'extérieur de la zone du projet, c'est la zone témoin. Donc les résultats ont montré que seules 2 espèces suivies sur 10 espèces ont connu une diminution temporaire de leur densité par rapport à la situation de référence. Mais l'impact négatif des actions de lutte semble être minime parce que 2 ans après, les 2 espèces qui étaient relativement basses ont rapidement retrouvé leur situation de référence. Donc cela reflète que la lutte a un faible impact négatif dans l'environnement. Et d'ailleurs, le ministère de l'Environnement nous a même décerné un quitus environnemental qui montre que la lutte a un faible impact et que le projet de lutte est conforme aux dispositions des codes environnementaux relatifs aux impacts socio-économiques. Pour les activités qui ont été réalisées, parce que quand on a eu des résultats probants dans la zone des Niayes, nous avons démarré par exemple la zone du Sine-Saloum. Et ce qu'on a fait d'abord, premièrement, c'est l'atelier de formation des agents sur le technique de piégeage et l'identification des golosines. Mais également, on les a formés sur l'utilisation du SIG, le système d'information géographique. Mais également aussi, on a tenu un atelier multisectoriel pour la planification des collectes de données en invitant tous les sectoriels, que ce soit le ministère de l'Environnement et de la Santé. Ils étaient conviés, de même que la partie gambienne aussi était conviée. Ensuite, nous avons effectué 2 visites scientifiques en Gambie, parce que l'objectif c'est de rencontrer les autorités gambiennes pour les expliquer l'importance de la lutte ensemble. Donc ce que nous voulons faire, c'est de mettre en place une approche sous-régionale, d'abord pour assurer une action conjointe et simultanément pour lutter contre les golosines et les trypanosomos dans cet espace. Donc pour la zone des Niayes, on a démarré les enquêtes préliminaires. Et voici les points en violet montrent les mailles qu'on a choisis pour démarrer les enquêtes préliminaires. Parce qu'il faut qu'on fasse les enquêtes préliminaires pour voir la présence et l'absence de ces golosines. Donc les mailles ont été délimitées en 10 x 10 km et des mailles ont été sélectionnées. On a fait la collecte de données entomologiques mais également phytoécologiques. Phytoécologiques, ça veut dire pour voir la corrélation entre la présence de ces mousses et la végétation qu'on a eue. Et les enquêtes ont été menées conjointement, d'abord avec la direction des services vétérinaires, l'ENERV, le laboratoire national de recherche vétérinaire. Il y a aussi l'implication des agents du ministère de l'Environnement, mais également un autre point positif est qu'il y a l'implication également des agents de la République de Gambie qui ont participé à la collecte de ces données préliminaires. Et ces résultats ont montré que les points noirs, c'est là où on n'a pas de golosines, et les points rouges présentent là où on a trouvé des golosines. Par exemple, si vous regardez là-bas, il y a une partie qui est frontalière avec la Gambie où on a trouvé des golosines. Et les résultats ont mis en évidence 2 espèces, le golosina palpalis et le monsistans submonsistans. Donc ce que j'avais à vous présenter, merci de votre compréhension.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once more. And our next presenter is Samuel Abba. He will be speaking on special mission for fly eradication activities between September 2023 and August this year. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Je suis Samuel Abba, je me suis déjà présenté lors du panel. Je suis en charge de la mission spéciale d'éradication des glossines et je pense que j'ai l'obligation de donner les activités que nous avons mené depuis 2 ans. Where is it?
Is it frozen?
Here's the presentation. Donc nous dirons déjà que depuis 2023, à la fin de notre dernier conseil scientifique, la mission spéciale d'éradication des glossines a continué à mener ses activités, naturellement sur la base des évidences scientifiques. Nous sommes sûrement mis dans les enquêtes parasitologiques, les enquêtes sérologiques, les enquêtes entomologiques. Au terme de ces résultats, nous avons mené dans les zones ciblées une lutte antivectorielle. La présentation n'est toujours pas prête. Oui, comme je le disais déjà, on ne présente plus le Cameroun, c'est plus de 475 000 km². C'est l'Afrique en miniature, c'est le pays qui regorge le plus nombre d'espèces de glossines. D'après le dernier atlas présenté par la FAO, nous avons en moyenne 9 espèces présentes au Cameroun. Nous réalisons que les 2/3 de notre territoire est occupé par les moutétés. Mais les actions que j'ai présentées ont permis d'assainir près de 8 millions d'hectares de pâturage où résident les plus de 2/3 du cheptel national. Donc nous avons la région, excuse moi pas le pointeur, nous avons la région, le plateau de la Damawa qui est une zone traitée et qui nous permet d'avoir le bétail de bonne qualité où séjourne une espèce particulière qui est le goudali. Le goudali, c'est un animal de la ville de Ngaoundéré, avec son nom déposé, le goudali de Ngaoundéré, qui a des caractéristiques organoleptiques de très haute valeur. Comme vous le savez, comme je l'ai déjà présenté, les aires de contrôle que nous avons sont dans 4 régions, la région du centre, la région de la Damawa et bien évidemment la région de l'extrême nord, où nous avons réalisé nos activités. Oui, et comme je le disais, nos activités ont bien évidemment commencé par des activités sérologiques. Il est question de savoir quelle est la situation, quelle est la circulation du parasite dans notre cheptel. Et à travers ces activités, nous avons pu mettre en évidence une séroprévalence de près de 75% dans le cheptel laitier, dans une zone autour de Ngaoundéré. Donc, fort de ces résultats qui font tiquer, j'ai vu Alain bouger la tête. Nous avons enclenché une situation, une évaluation entomologique. Cette évaluation entomologique nous a permis d'aller dans les différentes zones à risque où nous avons pu collecter les glossines, les tabanidés et les stomoxinés. Et bien évidemment, nous avons permis de mettre en évidence la situation de risque. Comme actuellement au Cameroun, nous sommes en train de développer de l'élevage laitier. Nous sommes concentrés pour ces 2 dernières années à la protection de ces élevages laitiers. Donc, à côté de l'aspect entomologique, nous nous sommes concentrés sur l'aspect socio-économique. Je le disais tantôt que l'économie dirige les actions. Il était question de savoir quelle est la situation socio-économique. D'ailleurs, c'est dans le cadre du projet Combat que nous menons cette activité. Nous avons réalisé 2 éléments assez importants. Nous réalisons déjà que près de 60% du cheptel était affecté par la TAA. Ça, c'est un point assez culminant. Et que nous réalisons, entre autres, que 60% de l'économie de ces élevages était affectée aussi par la maladie. Ça, c'est des éléments qui nous permettent alors d'aller directement dans la lutte antivectorielle. Nous avons la situation sérologique, nous avons la situation entomologique où les glossines restent présentes, nous avons les tabanidés et les stomoxinés, nous avons la situation socio-économique qui met en exergue un impact socio-économique assez important malgré les efforts déjà consentis. Et bien évidemment, nous avons réalisé de la lutte antivectorielle. Et dans cette lutte antivectorielle, nous avons pu sécuriser des élevages laitiers avec le livestock fence, qui sont des moustiquaires imprégnés pour bétail. Nous réalisons que nous avons mis en place près de 70 livestock fence qui permettaient de sécuriser près de 50 élevages laitiers. Nous avons disposé les pièges de lutte. Près de 270 pièges de lutte ont été installés et des écrans de lutte, près de 2700 écrans ont été installés pendant la période de référence. Et nous avons traité 9200 animaux dans les zones à risque pendant les départs et des retours de transhumance. En ce qui concerne la collaboration, nous avons une forte collaboration avec le réseau d'épidémiosurveillance au Cameroun, parce que c'est un réseau d'épidémiosurveillance qui permet de mettre à jour aujourd'hui la situation de la trypanosomose. Nous avons à date, la trypanosomose animale s'avère être la maladie la plus notifiée au niveau du réseau d'épidémiosurveillance. Nous avons une forte collaboration avec le laboratoire national vétérinaire, le laboratoire national de vétérinaire qui nous permet de capaciter notre structure, parce que nous sommes dans la dynamique de mettre en place un laboratoire d'entomologie médicale et vétérinaire, dont nous avons l'accompagnement du laboratoire national vétérinaire dans l'accompagnement, dans la capacitation de nos collaborateurs. Nous avons le programme Zoonose, c'est un programme qui permet de lutter contre les maladies zoonotiques. Aujourd'hui, il n'est plus de secret, la trypanosomose est une maladie zoonotique et aujourd'hui, plus que par le passé, nous faisons partie du team du programme Zoonose, dont il nous accompagne à travers le financement de certaines activités. Je voudrais bien évidemment citer ici un fort partenariat avec les universités. Aujourd'hui, nos portes sont ouvertes aux universités. Nous avons l'université de Ngaoundéré et bien évidemment l'université de Tchang, où nous avons un fort accompagnement de l'université de Tchang dans la formation de nos collaborateurs en biologie moléculaire. Nous avons la chance d'avoir ici le professeur Simo qui a toujours fait le déplacement sur Ngaoundéré. Dans le cadre du programme national de lutte contre la THA, nous avons collaboré au niveau du dossier sur l'élimination de la THA. Je crois que les portes sont désormais ouvertes entre les deux structures. Sur le plan sous-régional, la CBVIRA, nous avons mis ensemble, nous avons discuté sur un nouveau partenariat en ce qui concerne les maladies transfrontalières. Bien évidemment, les maladies à transmission vectorielle n'ont pas de frontières et nous avons travaillé dans ce sens avec la CBVIRA. Je voudrais citer le projet Le Consortium Combat, qui est à la base de 80% de nos activités aujourd'hui. Et avec ce consortium, nous avons bénéficié de plusieurs formations. Le staff de la MSEC a bénéficié des formations. Et à travers aussi le matériel que nous avons acquis, nous avons des étudiants qui bénéficient de leur stage au sein de nos structures. Nous avons des étudiants en médecine vétérinaire, en master et en PhD. Et bien évidemment, la formation des professionnels et de toutes les parties prenantes. Ici, je voudrais bien vous présenter une image où nous sommes constamment en collaboration avec des éleveurs. Dans toutes les activités que nous menons, nous avons toujours les éleveurs à nos côtés. Et ce qui fait que la collaboration devient facile. Et bien évidemment, nous sommes dans une dynamique de communication à outrance. La question de la lutte antivectorielle a besoin de la participation et l'accompagnement de tout le monde. Ce qui fait que chaque fois que nous avons la possibilité, nous communiquons avec des éleveurs, nous communiquons avec les organisations d'éleveurs, nous communiquons avec d'autres partenaires. Et depuis quelques années, en Ngaoundéré, nous avons un événement inédit qui est la foire à bétail de Ngaoundéré. Et donc pendant cette foire, nous faisons des activités de sensibilisation qui permettent davantage de pousser toutes les parties prenantes à se mettre dans les activités de lutte. Donc de manière générale, nous pouvons citer plus de 4500 personnes qui ont été sensibilisées pendant la période de référence. Les éleveurs, les techniciens et bien évidemment les autorités qui constituent les prises de décision. Dans le cadre de la collaboration Combat, nous avons contribué à la mise en place, nous avons contribué non seulement aux formations, mais aussi aux activités de recherche sur l'évaluation des pièges, des nouveaux outils que sont les écrans de lutte. Donc nous avons contribué à cette activité. Nous avons aussi bénéficié de l'acquisition de plusieurs motos qui permettent aujourd'hui à notre équipe d'être opérationnelle sur le terrain. Nous avons 6 motos qui permettent à l'équipe d'aller collecter les données sur le terrain. Et nous pouvons observer aujourd'hui, plus que par le passé, nous avons un laboratoire opérationnel. Je voudrais m'adresser à l'OMSA pour dire que nous avons un laboratoire d'entomologie médicale où nous faisons non seulement la microscopie, mais la biologie moléculaire et la sérologie. Et nous pensons qu'en donnant encore d'efforts avec l'accompagnement du CIRAD, de la FAO et de bien d'autres partenaires, nous pourrons faire de ce laboratoire un labo de référence au moins pour l'Afrique centrale. C'est un rêve, mais je suis convaincu qu'il pourrait être une réalité. Nous ne pourrons pas travailler sans challenge. Vous savez que le changement climatique, avec la diversité de saisons, comme je le disais, nous sommes en Afrique centrale. Parfois, il y a beaucoup de saisons, beaucoup de pluie et autres. Donc, généralement, nous sommes appelés à réaliser et à réadapter notre planning en fonction de l'environnement. C'est-à-dire l'environnement impose la manœuvre. Vous pouvez observer nos équipes sur pirogue pour aller dans des zones à prospecter ou à lutter. Bien évidemment, il y a des difficultés d'accès dans certaines zones et comme je le dis toujours, nous sommes obligés d'adapter nos activités à la bonne période. Ça, c'est le challenge que nous relevons sans gros souci, puisque ça reste une évidence. Et aussi, ce challenge...
Les 10 minutes sont finies. Hein. On va inviter les gens à respecter les 10 minutes là. C'est l'obligation de vous arrêter.
Je suis en train de terminer les 10 minutes. Nous avons pensé à la durabilité de cette activité. Et pour que l'activité soit pérenne, nous pensons qu'une sensibilisation permanente des éleveurs est requise. D'ailleurs, cela témoigne de ce que nous faisons tout le temps avec nos éleveurs. Bien évidemment, pour les 2 années à venir, nous pensons consolider nos activités, mobiliser les ressources autour de différents partenaires. Nous voudrions penser vraiment à l'approche sous-régionale qui est obligatoire parce qu'aujourd'hui, le Cameroun a pu pousser les glossines à un certain niveau où nous sommes tenus de travailler avec, d'un côté, le Nigeria et de l'autre côté, avec le Tchad et la Centrafrique pour pouvoir mieux concilier les activités. Et comme nous le souhaitons tous, l'aspect une seule santé devrait être à l'ordre du jour pour la suite de nos activités. Sur ce, je crois que je n'ai pas pu traverser le temps. Merci beaucoup.
You did. You owe us about 5 minutes. You owe us extra 5 minutes. Yes. But all the same, let's give him a round of applause. He's done very well. Thank you very much. Our next presenter will be Modibo Diarra from Mali. National report on progress made by Mali since September 2023.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir Monsieur le Président. Je suis Modibo Diarra, coordinateur de la cellule de lutte contre les moustiques et les trypanos animales au Mali. C'est un service rattaché à la Direction nationale des services vétérinaires qui, elle aussi, est rattachée au ministère de l'élevage et de la pêche. Donc, je commence par la présentation du pays. Le Mali a une superficie de 1 241 547 km², avec 22 395 485 habitants. Et le cheptel bovin est estimé à 12 848 695 têtes. La superficie infestée est 240 000 km² et est répartie entre les régions sud, sud-ouest et un peu le centre du Mali qui correspond aux régions de Kaï, Koulikoro, Sikasso et Ségou. La zone d'intervention par rapport au contrôle, c'est focalisé présentement sur Sikasso, Koulikoro, Bougouni et le district de Bamako. Les activités de contrôle et d'élimination de la mouche testée et la trypanosomose entreprises en 2023-25. Donc, parmi ces activités, nous avons la mise à jour de la base des données nationales sur les TC. Dans le cadre du projet, la poursuite de la mise en œuvre du projet évaluation et gestion de la chimio-résistance aux trypanosomoses dans la lutte contre la trypanosomiase animale dans les cercles de Kadiolo, Kolondieba et Sigasso, financé sur le budget national. 3. La mise à jour des données entomologiques et parasitologiques en mai 2025. Les prospections sur les rives gauches du bassin du fleuve Niger, dans les zones périurbaines de Bamako et de la région de Koulikoro et du district de Bamako. Et les exercices se sont déroulés dans 8 villages. Voilà. En entomologie, à l'issue des enquêtes, les résultats suivants ont été enregistrés. Donc, on a eu 7 points positifs sur 33 points recensés. 13 Glossina palpalis gambiensis ont été capturés, donc 4 mâles et 9 femelles, dans 3 villages. Sala 9, Samanko 3, Samaya 1 et Katebgo 1. La densité apparente des glossines, avec une densité apparente de Glossina palpalis gambiensis de 0,9 mouches par piège et par jour. Donc ces activités-là rentrent dans le cadre de l'actualisation des données entomologiques et parasitologiques que nous venons d'entamer. Parce que déjà il y avait une suspension par rapport, depuis les dernières activités de lutte de grande envergure au Mali, datent depuis 2010 pour le projet PATEC, la zone PATEC, et 2014 pour la zone PLMT qui était financée sur le budget national qui correspond à la région de Sikasso. Donc, comme vous les voyez, ça c'est les images des activités sur le terrain et les zones concernées sont matérialisées sur la carte, le long du fleuve Niger. Enquête parasitologique sur 200 échantillons de sang prélevés et analysés par le Baficote technique. On a trouvé que tous ces animaux étaient négatifs. Il n'y avait pas eu de cas positifs et le PCV moyen était de 29,27. L'autre activité, c'est la formation. Donc, présentement, nous sommes en train d'encadrer des étudiants en master de l'Université de Bamako, et option entomologie, parasitologie. Donc, il y a aussi la valorisation scientifique. On a eu à faire des publications scientifiques par l'équipe de recherche composée de la cellule de coordination de la lutte contre les mousses CC, l'université et le laboratoire central vétérinaire. Pratiquement toutes les activités que nous menons sont menées en consortium avec ces deux structures. Partenaires, parties prenantes et activités. Donc par rapport à nos partenaires, comme je l'ai dit, au niveau local, nous travaillons avec l'université et puis le laboratoire central vétérinaire. Mais par rapport à d'autres partenaires, on a eu la participation des cadres du CCLMT à l'atelier de l'intégration de l'approche de contrôle progressif PCP dans le cadre de la stratégie de politique régionale et nationale. Ça, c'est par rapport à l'UABIRA. Participation de la mise en œuvre des projets AIA. L'AIA aussi, c'est un de nos partenaires. Donc, par rapport à ça, on a eu la participation de 2 cadres, de 2 responsables de la cellule de lutte contre les mousses CC à l'atelier sous-régional organisé par l'AEA et la FAO sur l'élaboration de l'Atlas national d'informations sur les mouches tsetse et la trypanosimiasis animale qui s'est tenue à Dakar, au Sénégal. Il y a eu aussi la participation des responsables de la DNSP à la réunion de coordination à mi-parcours du projet RAF 5087 à Vienne, en Autriche. Ensuite, il y a eu l'acceptation de 2 projets. Nous avons soumis 2 projets qui ont été acceptés par l'AEA. Le premier projet, ça c'est le MLI 2024-033, c'est intitulé l'étude de faisabilité de la technique de l'insecte stérile dans la zone agro-pastorale de Baguinada, Tchefala, à l'est de Bamako. Le deuxième projet, ça c'est le CRP 242-018, étude de la variation génétique de la population de glossines, glossines ASP, dans le cadre de la faisabilité de la technique de l'insecte stérile dans les zones agro-pastorales de Baguineda, Tienfala, à l'est de Bamako. Les activités transfrontalières et régionales. Donc par rapport à ça, il y a eu la clôture d'un projet. C'était un projet financé par l'Union européenne dans le cadre du PREDIP, intitulé Essai pilote à petite échelle, c'est la mise en œuvre de la stratégie nationale de lutte contre les trypanosomes et la maladie transfrontalière par l'éthique dans les zones économiques spéciales Sikasso, Korogo, Bobo, Djoulasso, Zes, Kobo, dans le cadre de la lutte contre la maladie animale transfrontalière en Afrique de l'Ouest, composante 4 du projet de dialogue régional et d'investissement pour le pastoralisme et la transhumance au Sahel et dans les pays côtiers d'Afrique de l'Ouest PREDIP, financé par l'Union européenne. Les résultats de ce projet feront l'objet d'une communication, en tout cas au cours de cette session. Principale contrainte. Nous avons comme contrainte l'insuffisance des ressources financières allouées à la lutte contre les CC sur le budget national, insuffisance des ressources humaines qualifiées en quantité quantitative et qualitative, insuffisance de la formation continue du personnel, insuffisance des ressources logistiques, des logistiques et des équipements techniques. Comme défi, nous avons la mise à jour de la carte de répartition des mouches TC. La carte actuelle de répartition des mouches TC date de plus de 20 ans, donc c'est carrément dépassé. Donc il y a un besoin réel de réactualiser cette carte de répartition des CC. Voilà. Donc, mesures correctives proposées, il a augmenter les ressources financières alliées au contrôle des CC à partir du budget national, fournir à la cellule de coordination un personnel suffisant et en qualité, et formation des agents, acquisition des moyens logistiques et d'équipements techniques. Activités prévues pour les 2 prochaines années. Il s'agira d'abord de développer les ressources humaines et la formation du personnel dédié au contrôle des CC. Donc, cette formation va concerner non seulement le personnel technique, et les communautés, les éleveurs, pour les préparer à la lutte contre les CC et par rapport à la durabilité des activités. Et compte tenu, comme l'a dit mon collègue Pergoma, Soumaïla, compte tenu des situations d'insécurité, il y a des zones où nous n'avons pas accès. Donc on est obligé de former nos agents pour qu'ils aient la capacité nécessaire de faire le travail technique et nous remonter les informations. C'est là où nous ne pouvons pas aller. Il y a collecte des données et la mise à jour de la base des données nationales de l'Atlas sur les CC. Développer des publications de l'Atlas. Il s'agira de l'Atlas épidémiologique. Nous avons fait déjà une première publication de l'Atlas épidémiologique en 2019. On est en train d'envisager une deuxième publication. Et déjà, on est en train de travailler aussi pour mettre en place la base de données sur la lutte contre les mouches CC et qui sera suivie de l'élaboration et la publication de l'Atlas sur la lutte. Et par rapport à nous allons faire aussi la suppression de la population de CC. Ça, c'est notre activité au quotidien. La mise en œuvre du projet. Donc, pour toujours les 2 années à venir, Donc, il y aura la mise en œuvre des deux projets que j'ai cités, le MLI 2024-003 AIA, le CRP D42-018 AIA et la poursuite du projet, le projet FCRIT, détection et prise en charge de la chibiorésistance dans la lutte intégrée contre la trypanosimiase animale dans les districts de Sigasso, Kadiolo et Kolonjeba. Je vous remercie. Merci.
You have been very concise in your timing, but well, we just have to go on. I think we should be finishing very soon. Our next presenter will be Dr. Seth Onyango. He will give a entrepreneurial control in Kenya. Dr. Onyango, you are welcome. But keep with the time so that we don't go out of our limitations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will do the presentation of the report for Kenya, Sesi and trypanosimiasis control in Kenya. This is about the current Sesi and trypanosimiasis situation in Kenya. And we have, even in the past presentations, mentioned that our country is 23% of our country is Sesi infested. These are in the belts that are listed there: North Rift, Central Kenya, Coast, the Transmara, Narrow Kajiado belt, isolated belts which are mainly in the northern part of Kenya, and the western part plus Lake Victoria as a continuous belt. Now, this makes it easy for me to present and for you to visualize, because this is now the current updated Sesi and trypanosimiasis situation. We have actually pulled it out from the paper, Giuliano et al., which was recently published. It shows us a clear situation of the vector, rather vectors and the disease, animal trypanosimiasis. On my extreme left, your extreme left, which is now my extreme right when I'm facing you, that map shows the situation of vector-borne animal trypanosimiasis. And you can see those who know about Kenya is that it presents both Sesi transmitted trypanosimiasis and also non-Sesi transmitted trypanosimiasis. It will become clearer when I explain the second map. The second map is showing the distribution of Sesi flies in Kenya. And as you can take note is that the areas where Sesi flies are directly corresponds with where the disease is found, but there is extra. You can see where Sesi have not been found, there is still trypanosimiasis, emphasizing my first point that it is both Sura. In the northern part of Kenya, that is where non-Sesi trypanosimiasis is mainly found. Areas that are under control and elimination activities in Kenya, shown to you by respective regions where we have operational areas as Kentech, and basically they are within the same Sesi belts. These are counties that are found within those belts, but in short what I want to say is that all of them in total, where we do the control, you count there are about 25 counties out of the 47 counties that we have. So that is the coverage in terms of naming the regions plus the administrative areas we work on. We still have work to do because we have to have resources that can enable us cover the whole country. Now, that previous slide is shown using the using these 4 maps, which are also extracted from the paper, the most recent paper that we have presenting our situation. The areas under control and elimination strategies now, one of the strategies shown in that map is the distribution of areas where the country has installed insecticide-treated targets, shown by the blues. The second map is a georeference map showing insecticide-treated cattle where mostly animal spraying use of pour-ons and even dipping is being done. The other control technique that we have mapped out through the a longer time duration of data collection and updating is livestock protective fences. Those are the areas where they are mainly being used. Then you can also see that the problem is there, and this shows the use of trypanosides in a map. So that is in a nutshell. My next slide will show the SESE and trypanosomiasis control and elimination activities that we undertook as Kenya between the year 2023 to date. That is since the previous IACTRC meeting to date, 2 years. It still talks about insecticide-treated targets, but it shows the cumulative numbers disaggregated by the regions where they have been deployed. It is the same thing that was also being depicted by the previous maps, but the numbers will make you appreciate what is the other side. Insecticide-treated targets over time have totaled to approximately 9737. The second column are livestock protective fences that have been put around 0 grazing units, 123. Then tiny target, use of tiny targets, 1,034, and then insecticide-treated cattle, about 2.2 million. Now I will talk about collaborations and partnerships for SESE and trypanosomiasis control and elimination activities that have been undertaken since the previous meeting that we had in Mombasa. Our partners, the people we have worked with there to date, CIRAD, under the project Combat, Controlling and Progressively Minimizing the Burden of Animal Trypanosomiasis, supported by European Union. In fact, basically, that is the project which made us start in developing and publishing the first versions of the map. Coming to the second FAO, we collaborated during that period under review under the DIMCAT project, which is the Disease Intelligence and Modeling for Progressive Control of Animal Trypanosomiasis in Africa. IAEA was responsible for trainings and even offering fellowships and even equipment support. Currently, we have a scientific fellowship going on under the RAV 5087 project in Vienna. World Health Organization, we worked together as we were developing the dossier, which led to the validation of Kenya as free from AAT, of HAT as a public health problem. And of course, that in collaboration also with the Ministry of Health, which is still coming down there under my list. ISIPE, together we are in the DIMCAT project. Also we were under combat project, and mainly they are doing data modeling. We are sharing data, they do trainings, and we are involved also together in surveillance. Not to forget the Directorate of Veterinary Services in Kenya, Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, with whom we partner in surveillances and also data sharing. I mentioned about Ministry of Health, and then key here are the county governments that we work with. We involve them also in trainings, in surveillance, and also in the control programs. Learning institutions like universities, we have Kenya Wildlife Service. Their presence is mainly taking care of our conservation areas. Our ministry under the State Department for Livestock, it's constant funding to SESE control programs. We didn't have any cross-border or regional activities over the said period, and that's a gap, and it has been emphasized even in the previous sessions. Challenges, transboundary nature of SESE and trypanosimiasis, that one is real for all of us here, but we need to enhance surveillance and control along our common borders with neighboring countries. Yes, we have support anyway from government, but the support not adequate to cover the areas that we envisage to cover. We can only solve this through seeking partnerships, both private, public partnerships, and even partnerships with the international organizations that some of them are even here in. The last challenge I want to mention is that of climate change and global warming. What we need to do is to extend surveillances beyond our known SESE boundaries, areas which were traditionally non-SESE infested. Because of the climate change, they may be infested. As I was talking there, I think way forward was still captured, but let me emphasize the last bullet. In Kenya, we are finalizing and we are getting ready to launch our SESE and trypanosimiasis elimination strategy for the country. We have actually developed a 10-year strategy starting 2023 to 2032, and what remains is the launch. However, the current strategic plan, which covers 5 years, is already implementing the first 5 years of it. And that takes me to the what we embrace in these two strategic documents. It has really embraced the progressive control pathway, which has mapped the whole country up to sub-administrative levels. In Kenya, we have counties, so we have staged the country up to county level, and in some areas even sub-county levels. So the next activities between 2023 to 2032, they basically take cognizance of the areas. If an area has never had data before, it means that it can only be in either stage 1 or before stage 1, and the activities we currently plan for such areas is to do baseline so that we can have the data. Those which already have data, the activities we plan in our strategic plans and annual work plans are based on where they are staged. So if they have data, obviously it means we want to, moving forward, we are going to institute control activities. Those which already have control activities, they are staged where they belong, could be stage 2 advanced, and the best method that activities that we put in place for them is to institute land use activities. I've had this is my last slide. This one is a picture taken in the last month of August. It was during a public declaration of Kenya having eliminated HAT as a public health problem, with the cabinet secretary responsible for health standing there behind. And this all was in response to the validation by the World Health Organization in June 20 this year. Thank you very much.
Yes, interesting presentation, but unfortunately time is not allowing. You would have gone on more and more. Let's give him a round of applause. Our next presenter is Dr. Albert Mindrua. He will give us a Zimbabwe country report on Sese and trypanosimiasis control. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, I can start while the slide is being put. Approximately 18,400 square kilometers of infestation is in Zimbabwe, and it's confined to western and northern Zimbabwe. However, in terms of surveillance, the area is 23,000 square kilometers. And definitely, one will wonder why the area under surveillance is going to be 23,000. This is because we really need to maintain vigilance along the Zimbabwe-Mozambique border. We have eradicated flies right up to the border with Mozambique, but that stretch is very long, and we need to be on top of the situation so that we are not caught unaware. However, as I have said, the green part is the wildlife area that is still infested, and then the yellow or orange is the area that is settled, that is still under the burden of TNT. And in terms of tsetse suppression, elimination, and prevention of control, the area during the 3-year period under review ranges from 2,000 to 3,000. And this sums up the activities of TNT in Zimbabwe. I therefore move forward just to share with you the detailed activities in terms of surveillance using epsilon traps, tsetse fly rounds, and then trypanosimiasis. The 3 maps show activities for 2023, 2024, and 2025. And that is the bells. If you look at those dots, those are the trap size that we were monitoring on a monthly basis, using traps on average. We had something in the region of 180 traps that we were monitoring on a monthly basis for the 3 years. And we then delineated the area that is under infestation for each year. That is certain infested areas if you look at the last row. And again, it shows that the area that is under infestation is confined to the north and western part of Zimbabwe. I then move on to, I then move on just to show you another technique that we use for tsetse surveillance. These are the fly rounds using screens or using bait hooks. Again, it did indicate that the fly situation, as far as the country is concerned, is confined to the northern and western part of Zimbabwe. And then in terms of trip surveillance, We have a total of 171 centers that we are monitoring, with a cattle population, as indicated, of almost 220,000. And we are trying as much as possible to intensify our surveillance. And this is indicated by the number of smears that we actually examined. That is, for 2023, it was 9,000, above 9,000. And then it jumped to twofold in 2024 to 18,000. And at the moment, up to the end of July, we had examined about 12,600. And the method of examination is microscopy. And we did pick 2 cases in 23, 8 cases in 24, 18 cases in 2025, and they are likely to go up. And this is because of the intensification in our surveillance, as well as the pressure that is coming from the disease-infested areas. And again, those are the areas that are typical of the problem, the challenges that we are facing. And in terms of Arahat, the reports that we have received, just a point of correction, is supposed to be 132, not 012. And the area of concern, that is the Arahat endemic area, is in Makuti, within the infestation area. And this is a really cause for concern. It causes stomach pains. Why? There is no permanent solution at the moment, because we have to undergo a progressive eradication. Yes, we go in there, we deploy targets, we suppress the population, the cases go down. But because it's right in the heart of the infestation area, that's not a permanent solution. Given the results of the surveillance, our operations are therefore defined by the results that we got. In 2023, the pink or yellow were the areas that where our efforts were directed because of the results that we got from our surveillance. And those were basically Matusadona target barrier that we established, as well as the Dande target barrier, because of the results that we got when we did our surveillance in 2023. And in 2024, we embarked on the flooding of Matusadona National Park. This has been a project that we have been receiving support from the International Atomic Energy Agency for a long time. And after creating the barrier in 2023, then we went in Matusadona National Park, which is 114 square kilometers. And we flooded the area with targets, and we reduced the Tsetse population by 98% by December 2024. And this year, because we had residual pockets, we again delayed. We completed the operation in September last year, and we hoped we would get support from the International Atomic Energy Agency, because the original plan was to come in with the SIT. Because of funding challenges, we couldn't, and the residual pockets then expanded. And we came in again in June, and we intend again to complete the exercise. Hopefully, we are going to do the eradication in Matusadona National Park. This is not the first time that Zimbabwe has done miracles in terms of national parks areas. We have done it before, and we hope to do it. Otherwise, if funding is not coming in terms of SIT, then we have to come in with other options. Again, the entire front is supported with the cattle dipping, with a total area of 15,000 square kilometers, with a cattle population of 180 under delta methrin, using 153 dip tanks at a cattle density of 12 cattle per square kilometer. And this is really serving a purpose. in terms of complementing our targets along the Tsetse front. Again, we have traffic control barriers. Traffic that pass through Tsetse infested areas do carry flies, and we have 7 traffic control gates where we stop all traffic and we do the business of checking and prevent the spread of the fly. In terms of development partner and stakeholder support, we have support from Combat FAO in terms of enhancement of Tsetse and AAT Atlas, and then the progressive control pathway in our TNT control strategies, and then the LIPSM Zimbabwe in terms of establishment of a molecular lab, and then the IIA, which is giving us support in terms of technical and material support, and then our farmers. And then in terms of our challenges, yes, definitely one would query why we are using microscopy. Yes, it's less sensitive. I totally agree with you. And those are some of the challenges. However, we still have that reliance on microscopy. Lack of reagents and consumables, mobility in terms of vehicles given the terrain under which we operate, the laboratory and insectary infrastructure at our Rukomechi research station is in a bad state. Shortage of funds to procure epsilon traps and the targets for field use. One cause of concern at the moment is the exorbitant price of the Tsetse Odo chemicals on the local market. Another cause of concern is on information on hard surveillance, mostly passive than active surveillance. But I was talking to my fellow colleagues from Ministry of Health. This thing is going to be addressed. Thank you very much. In terms of way forward, Tsetse surveillance in the Tsetse front, trypanosimiasis surveillance, staff training, completion of the construction of the molecular lab, expansion of Tsetse intervention measures in wildlife areas, and intensifying regional collaboration and tripartite engagement with the possibility of cross-border TAT operations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Albert. We've come to the end of this first session. We'll have a discussion, but I was advised we should have the discussion after all the presentations. Is that what we still hold on? Okay, so then, as for health break, we cannot ignore it. So we'll go back to our exercise we did before the start. We just stand up, stretch out our legs. Do we have to continue with that song? Yes, up, 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 up for health break. So once again, I'll lead the song. Cheche Kule, Cheche Kofisa, Kofisa Langa, Lala Chilanga, Kum Alele, Kum Alele, Cheche Kule. Somebody's telling me what to do. You sing this way. Cheche Kule, Cheche Kofisa, Kofisa Langa, Langa Shilanga, Kum Alele, Kum Alele, Cheche Kule, Cheche Kofisa, Kofisa Langa, Langa Shilanga, Kum Alele, Kum Alele. We are done. Now, I was advised our next presenter will be oral presentation, and that will be Firu Lejebu Leka. Is he online or she online? The organizers will advise. Firu Lejebu Leka, oral presentation. Okay, I'm told it will not come on. Then we move to the next one. Chilongo K. Also oral presentation. Will that be ready? If not, we go on to the next program. Am I advised by the organizers to skip this second one? Okay, let's have Wisal El Noor as our next presenter. She's on her way. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay.
First, thank you for giving me this chance to present the current SESI and trypanosimosis in the Sudan. I'm going to present on the behalf of Sarah. I think Sarah is not here. Who is not here? First, areas infested. This is South Darfur and Blue Nile states remain the only SESI-infested zones in the Sudan. Areas under control and or elimination. No structured control or elimination programs have been implemented since 2023 due to war, which caused severe disruption of veterinary facilities and services. Surveillance has been limited to outbreak-based investigation and a small-scale survey in selected areas. National context in the rest of Sudan, which is non-SESI areas, AAT remains widespread due to mechanical transmission by tabanids, making it countrywide rather than a localized problem. Current monitoring and technical support largely depend on international partners, Combat and FAO, AUIPAR, and IAEA. This is the maps that illustrates the tabanids distribution in the Sudan. Tabanids were distributed all over the Sudan. There are 8 species. SESI and trypanosimosis control and elimination activities undertaken in 2023-2025 in the Blue Nile state. There is a pointer. No, last one. Before, no. Help. It's okay.
Is it okay?
This one, no.
It's a technical hitch.
Yeah, there is.
Technology can be so disappointing sometimes.
No.
Oh. Technology avuta hapo kan nani ma options.
Extra time. We'll give you extra time, maybe 3 extra minutes.
What?
No, we'll give you extra time after your time has elapsed because of this technical hitch.
Okay, no problem. The Blue Nile state, this area with the red arrow. In the Blue Nile state, T. vivax was dominant with prevalence of 78.8. This is in 2023, and 48.8 in 2024, and 39.4 in this year. While T. congruency appeared at 17.8%. The decline reflects limited surveys, difficult movement due to rainy seasons, and disrupt control programs rather than a true reduction, leaving the epidemiological status uncertain and likely underestimated. In South Darfur state, this state near Chad, South Darfur is the SESI-infested area, AAT endemic area, but no surveillance has been possible in the past 3 years due to war, as you know, and the collapse of veterinary services. Livestock displacement and likely SESI expansion create a high risk of rising prevalence and new transmission foci, making the state is critical epidemiological blind spot. Bovine trypanosomosis in the Sudan, Central Sudan. Central Sudan include Khartoum and Central Min Jazeera state between the two Niles. Khartoum and Jazeera state, home to Sudan's largest livestock production systems and central veterinary services, have been severely disrupted by the war. Damage to facilities and displacement of staff led to collapse of surveillance, loss of diagnostic capacity, and suspension of control operations, creating a major gap in national AAT monitoring. Gadarif state in eastern Sudan. In Gadarif state, 3 major AAT outbreaks were reported from 2023 to this year, mainly in cattle. Outbreaks coincided with the post-raining season transhumance routes from Adbara River to Ethiopian territories.
All right, thank you.
And near Dindir National Park, an area with wildlife reservoir, warthogs and buffaloes, the period of peak tabanite abundance led to high prevalence, severe parasitemia, and elevated mortality. Mainly infected cattle were observed emaciated, exhausted, and recumbent, reflecting the heavy disease burden. Camel trypanosomosis in the Sudan. This is unpublished work by Selma and et al. In Kassel State, this is one of our regional laboratories. Kassel State recorded only sporadic camel trypanosomosis cases in the past 3 years. Only 1 case in 23. 11 in 24 and 2 in 25. The relatively low numbers largely reflect continuous treatment practices by livestock owners who rarely present animals to clinics and instead use trypanocytes without examination. With no active surveillance conducted, the true epidemiological situation remains uncertain and probably underestimated. Continue to camel trypanosomosis in Red Sea and Northern State. In Red Sea and Northern States, Trypanosoma evanzi was the only trypanosoma species detected in camels, with an overall infection rate of 52.5. This is 14 in Red Sea in the east, and 38.5% in Northern State. Maxent modeling showed high habitat suitability for camel trypanosomosis along the River Nile, notably near Halfa. Halfa is the border with Egypt. And Tokar, this is in Red Sea State. Tokar, Delta Tokar means in Red Sea, while most other areas exhibited low to zero suitability. Kordofan states, this is from one of the regional laboratories in Kordofan states, comprehensive surveys confined a heterogeneous distribution of camel trypanosomosis. Infection rates were 55.5 in northern Kordofan, This is the upper locality in northern Kordofan, and 10.3 in Shekan, East Kordofan, and 13.3 in Bara, also in northern Kordofan, and 5 in West Kordofan, and 45.7 in South Kordofan at Dibebat. The benefits were abundant across all areas, underscoring their role in sustaining mechanical transmission and amplifying disease spread. Collaboration and partnership for TNT control and elimination activities undertaken in 2023-2025. No structured elimination control campaigns were implemented in the country due to the ongoing conflict and collapse of veterinary services. Surveillance activities were limited to outbreaks, response, and a small-scale survey conducted through CVRL and regional laboratories. Partners and stakeholders, FAO, IAEA, AU IPAR, and CIRAD FAO through combat projects, ongoing support in data management, entomology training, and capacity building. Cross-border regional activities, BCB mainstreaming workshop last March in Mombasa, and Atlas developing training, this in Arusha, Tanzania in May 2025. Planned regional entomology trainings in Mauritania will be in next October, and Tunisia in next November. Challenges and how we are being resolved. Challenges, war and insecurity can be resolved by international support, and lack of resources by capacity building. Why forward and planned TAT control and elimination activities for the period from 2025 to 2027. Infrastructure rehabilitation and capacity building, restore surveillance and control, community engagement and awareness, and finalize ongoing works, strengthen collaboration and research and monitoring. Special thanks are due to AU IPAR and ISCTRC 2025 and organizing committee for their invaluable support to Sudan and enabling our participation in this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Great, that's wonderful. A very big applause. Now, our next presenter will be Dr. Albert Muji from Now he will be giving us country report for Uganda to be presented at 37th International Scientific.
Thank you, Chair, and the members for persisting up to this time. With the exercises which have been done, I'm aware that everybody is awake as we wind up today's presentation. The names are there, and I want to go straight so that I make use of my
government upon recognition of identifying some cases around the areas surrounding National Park. The government offered to purchase 40,000 liters of the trypanosimiasis poiron, and these have been distributed to those areas that are considered as risky, depending on what was identified as the cases around the national parks. We have also been able to procure 36,000 liters of the trypanosimiasis as a spray, and this one, about half have already been issued out, and the next half is due for distribution in the next 2 weeks. And we have also been able to conduct impact studies for the chemical that the government procured and given to the livestock farmers. The government has also procured over 50,000 pyramidal traps, which have been given to communities that are living within a high-profile trapping the SSA. We are also aware that the Ministry of Agriculture, which is charged with economic work, has been able to carry out some surveys situation in the area. Other interventions have been that we have had some more targeted SESE and trypanosimiasis surveys in the area of Karamoja. Karamoja is bordering Kenya and it's a hotspot as regards the SESE. It has one of the high SESE densities because of the Kidepo National Park. And we are keen to know, much as the SESE is implemented, we are yet to get any human case there of sleeping sickness. And that's why FAO has been able to support of recent surveys for both SESE and the parasitology in that area. The government has also instituted a national task force basically to help in drawing a containment strategy. This strategy is ready and it is going through the national processes. And soon it will be available to the list of the possible supporters. We have been able within that strategy to develop 6 projects, which projects are expected to answer the situation in the country to elimination levels. We have also had sustained quarterly surveys, especially in West Nile. We have had over 10 years of SESE surveys being done on quarterly basis, being sponsored by LSTM, because we have had some activities that have been done by LSTM in that area, which have contributed to the elimination of the jihad as a public health problem. Above that, we have also had districts conducting some isolated district level pest control using traps and farmer level livestock treatment. We have also had some collaboration with the partners, and we would like to confirm that we have had our long partnership, which has been existing with the organizations like FAO. FAO has been at the forefront, especially providing us some materials for control system, providing us some logistics in terms of GPS machines, training. Recently we had our teams being trained in Arusha. We have also had FAO organizing stakeholder engagements with our ministry leadership in order to chart a way forward in terms of getting the best output or options. LSTM has been in the country for over 10 years and more focused in the West Nile region, northwest part of Uganda. We have had the local governments participating in terms of providing veterinary support to some activities, although minimal, but at least they have been able to do that. We are in partnership with our Uganda Wildlife Authority, WHO, Atomic Energy Agency. These have collaborated with us in terms of providing logistics and training. Ministry of Health, Makerere University, and Gulu University. These have been the collaborators in trying to address the problem. We have also had some cross-border regional activities, though limited in these past 2 years, and this has been mainly with looking at our doing this with South Sudan in terms of looking at how they are handling their SESE and also helping them to train some of their staff within the country. And that has happened together with the HA. The challenges are not very different from what has been mentioned already by our colleagues, but we want to confirm that we have limited resources to support districts with logistics. Much as the government procured a lot of acaricides to assist in live bait, we have had some of those acaricides actually remaining in the offices of the district veterinary officers because
the farmers in some districts insist that they need some more facilitation in order to have the administration of that chemical on their animals. But of course, some of these are being answered by asking, by some awareness creation, because the government considers the control of trips as a private good. We have limited access to protected areas, and when you want to control things in the game park, it's not as obvious as one may do in a kind of setting. We have limited trained T&T personnel. We have also some quick sensitive lab in some areas. Some of the areas that we conquered during the pandemic days have also received some quick build-up of the cessation control, cessation fly infestation, and we are looking at this keenly. The majority have been converted into agricultural land, but there are some areas which have actually had a rebound of some of the cessation. And one of the other things is that we have detected misuse of acaricides and the animal drugs by farmers, and this is becoming a challenge. And that's why a percentage of the budget is being devoted to creating awareness among farmers. We have situations where people over-use the chemical, making it useless for the purpose. We have people who have injectables that instead of having maybe treating 4 animals, somebody prefers to use a certain dose on 10 animals or even more, because they want every animal to share the beat of it, and that is affecting our control of the cessation and the trypanosimiasis. The way forward is that mobilization of funds and actions for the following. Now, the government has projectized interventions, and we have all been able to learn that things that are done outside the project framework normally have some challenges. So, the task force that was established by the government has developed 6 project documents which are actually ready for circulation. So they are going through the relevant government channels. And these are some of each of those is a project proposal which has been fully developed, which we intend to use. Now, each of those is handling a certain section of the country. The country has been broken up into regions, and each region, depending on its peculiarity, has been gazetted as one which is going to run a certain project. If the maintain the main provision of small quantities of acaricides and drugs. So we are saying that besides those big projects, we have also developed a plan B where the ministry or the government is ready and willing to continue with the acaricide provision to ensure that it sustains the gains while we wait for the funding for the big projects. We have also had an investment in the production of cessation control materials, and currently we have technology, or we have machines, we have capacity that has been trained basically to produce these control materials, especially traps in big numbers. We are also talking of an increase in drug quality control, usage, and accessibility to farmers. So we have some activities that are geared towards providing quality control. One of the challenges we said is about the misuse of chemicals, misuse of drugs. And one of the agenda that is on the ministry's list is to provide an increased drug quality control, usage, and accessibility to farmers. Some of the farmers have had inaccessibility to some of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day, and we have to commend ourselves for keeping up to this time. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Now, unless of course I'm advised by the technical committee that there will be oral presentation. If not, I will say we've come to the end of our session. But we are left with one thing, discussions. And there's also an information that those keeping our tea outside, they want to close and go. Do we take our coffee can for the discussion and end it? And we give ourselves a very more applause for what we have done today. I never thought we would finish today, but we have done very well. What do we suggest? Yes. I don't think we have any oral presentation. We also have discussion to do, which is the last to conclude this session. But then, the people giving our coffee, they want to go home. What do we do? Yes. We move the discussion to tomorrow morning. Is that what we all agree on? We start directly. We delay Do I have that understanding that we move the discussion to tomorrow? We get discussion today and then we've done so well. Yes? Let's see by hands. Those who wanted to conclude today, hands up. Those who wanted to conclude with the discussion tomorrow, hands down. Hands down. Okay. In that case, we call it today. We will have the discussion tomorrow. I have some comments to make, but as it is now, we just have to wait tomorrow. Have a good day, and let's of course get any technical information from the organizers. No discussion until tomorrow. Have a good night.